The throw in now. Back to Hoffer. Hoffer, head. Got a lot of airtime for this soccer ball. Gonna go back to Tadya. Tadya trying to win it. Aggressive play. It's gonna work its way back to the sweeper. Oh, that was a stab, almost a steal. Ooh, yet another one. Ugh. These girls, they gotta watch out for stabbing, which is basically what I mean by that is when you swing at an attempted steal and it goes right under your foot. So then that leads to the, offensive playmaker of Scott. There's one right there, gonna take a shot at goal. Wow, great attempt that time for number 16, Audrey Whitaker. That's exactly what I mean right there. You can't stab. That's the technical term of stabbing. You can't let the ball go under you and let your opponent go right past you. We're going to see a substitution right here. Madison Rushton is going to go out. We're also going to see Lauren Shetty able to go out. Subbed in, we will see Jessie Cruffer, Jasmine's her first name, but she prefers Jessie. She played goalkeeper for us last year, but the sophomore is going to come in, be a role player, play a little bit of mid and forward today. Norma Hernandez now to throw it in. She's going to look for the lady that just subbed in as well. That's Katie Bennett, who was a really big factor in yesterday's game. She passed the rock around a whole lot. Looking for it. That's going to go to Scholes. Off the foot of Bennett. Bennett's now going to look up. Uh-oh. Tripped over the ball. Uh-oh, and here comes a great opportunity. Going for goal and a shot.
Man.
What a goal from Scott Community College. That was off the foot of number 10, Kaylee King. Wow. She says, King me, really?
Mm-hmm.
And that was just Monica Berkland. She was a little bit out of position there. The freshman, she's going to have some growing pains. This is only the second game she's going to start in the Triton kit. Otherwise, she's looked fantastic so far. She's going to let that one go by. 30-30 now. This time remaining in the first half, 0-1 with Scott on top. Jessie Cruffer now trying to win it back for the Tritons. Tadya getting in there, almost a handball, but they're going to keep it going. And wow.
Just barely kept in play there.
And you know what? The wind is on the side of Scott. The Tritons got to get back into it, and they gotta find a way to keep their confidence up and keep the pressure going against Scott. Because so far, look at that ball rolling all the way down there. And a little bit of that last goal being scored, I would assume, was because of the ball in the air rolling, having a little more velocity than it would if the wind wasn't blowing as hard as it was. But that's soccer. You got to just play through that. Here we go now. The throw-in. Vanessa Elwinger. Jessie Cruffer. Going to hit it back to Elwinger. Elwinger now going to try to go central to Katie Bennett. It's not going to connect to her. Now it's Audrey Whitaker's time. She's going to bat it out of play. 29 minutes and 15 seconds remain in the first half. Going to try to go for the corner as it's going to keep rolling. Poppy Goffin now going to box her lady out. And it's going to be a goal kick for the Tritons. And a substitution. She works her way closer. We'll be able to see the correct number. Looks like Hoffer will be subbed out. And subbed in will be Kayla York, playing that central mid position, which is very, very important in this Iowa Central girls attacking. There we go now. Tadya, she's going to get it. Going to play it into York, who just checked into this soccer match. Going to send it down to Jessie Cruffer. Oh, as it's going to be batted. It's going to end up rolling out of play. So a corner kick opportunity. Jeanette Scholes, who was doing the corner kicks yesterday on the left and right end, is going to kick it. Once again, the Tritons are working left to right of your video screen, north to south, directionally. Jeanette Scholes, who's going to be the girl that scores next? Scholes got 2 yesterday, Link.
Let's see if we could go for 3 today.
In position to make it play. Another one to cross it back is Jeanette Scholes. Scholes to look up. She's going to try to find a target. That's Tadia. Tadia. Oh,
Ooh.
Great block that time by Haley Brown. Gopher and goal. And a great big-time score by Katie Bennett. Wow. Number 15, Katie Bennett, the freshman. Going to go for goal. She didn't get the start today, but she will get the goal number 1 for the Tritons. 1-1 with 27 minutes and 34 seconds remaining here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. And that's exactly what the Tritons needed to do, keep their head in this game, fight against the wind, and score once again. Great execution by the Triton ladies.
Out of bounds there as Elwinger will be throwing back in. Now into the feet of Rushton. She's going to work her way back over to the side of the field. Going to go over to Scholes. Scholes to Hernandez. Now back over in the possession of Scott.
It's going to go back now to Rushton. Going to try to hit Bennett. Oh, Bennett didn't connect that time to Tanya. Now it's that pinball effect where it's going back and forth between every player and every team on the field. Wow, Katie Bennett with an opportunity, 3-on-3. Ooh, gonna be a steal. Tanya now.
A good attempt there.
I think she was a little too aggressive, so they're gonna give it back to Scott. Lauren Pete to kick for Scott. She's the last lady standing back there. No one's behind her. Looking to move forward with the soccer ball. Gonna go central. The hitter mid. It hit a Triton and a Scott player in the head, and they lost it right there. But luckily they got it back. And there goes Huck on the Triton side. She's moving. She's moving. She's gonna play it down to Katie Bennett. Bennett now. She's gonna go back to the center of the field. Tanya. Oh. Slow roller. She took too heavy of a touch that time, and it got into the possession of the goalkeeper, Brown. 25 minutes and 50 seconds will remain here in the first half. Going to work its way out to the right back, Vanessa Elwinger. And roll out of play. Let's see where they throw it. Scott's going to look towards the center of the field now. Hell's Kaylee King. Now a big-time boot that time. Poppy Goffin working her way up. She does have a height advantage against that forward. Now York going to play it back to Rushton. Rushton now to set it up for Bennett. Bennett going to look downfield. Great vision.
Ooh.
And a better pass. Jessica Ruffer now. Great opportunity for her. It's going to go back to Rushton. Take your time. Don't rush it, Rushton. Oh, she will. Gonna go down to Jeanette Scholes. Scholes, go in. Yes, Jeanette Scholes with her third goal on the season. She's the ultimate playmaker. 2-1. Triton strike twice. 25 minutes and a second will remain in the first half. And the Tritons put it into third gear, and they're rolling down the hill now, Link. Wow. And I just want to compliment the pass that time from Katie Bennett. Perfectly set it up, got it all the way down to Jessie Caruffer. Jessie got stalled up a little bit, had to work her way around a defender, which is okay, and eventually crossed it over to Madison Rushton, who got the assist, sending it down all the way to Scholes. 2-1 now.
A lot of good teamwork from these guys.
Yeah, these girls are excellent soccer players, and what a great display. I mean, 2 goals now within 3 minutes of each other. Excellent play by these Triton ladies as the boys have recently arrived to cheer them on. I think they missed out on the first goal going against them, so maybe they needed just a little bit of that Triton luck in the stands. We got a good group of people watching today, parents, fans, and teammates of these girls for their club. There's Jeanette Scholes now going to set it up for Katie Bennett. Going to go back to Rushton. Rushton now going to play it over to the left, far side of the field. Oh, the
saved.
touch was too heavy. Cameron Young was the one that got there almost in time to get a goal of her own. It's going to be in possession of the goalie. Brown to boot it. It's going to pass the center field line, and that thing keeps rolling, rolling, rolling. It's the wind effect there. to go all the way back to Cameron Young now. Young to look forward. Great find to Jeanette Scholes. Oh, doesn't connect with her, though. Right idea, just didn't hit her. Norma Hernandez almost got there in time. Stab right there. Katie Bennett now to play it back. It's going to go all the way back to Poppy Goffin now. Goffin to look. Back to Monica Berkland. She's got to be careful in this situation now. This is just her second game starting in college. The freshman, Monica Berkland. Like I said yesterday, led up 0 goals.
Estelle Hugh going to kick it over to number 7, Goffin.
Goffin now to work her way forward. As she's going to miss her mark there. Uh-oh. 2-on-4 opportunity. Playing it to the corner, and that's a good thing about going with the wind, because sometimes it just rolls so hard it just blasts out of bounds into the Little League, way over there where the little K through third graders play. 22 and a half minutes remain in the first half. Monica Berkland lines up for the goal kick, and it comes up. It's not going to be very deep back into the woods, but it'll make its way on into the green. Katie Bennett now going to play it back to the sweeper, Goffin. Monica Berkland, she got put in a tough situation. Luckily chose the right decision, playing it right away. Wow. Split the defenders was Cameron Young. Going to go back to Katie Bennett. Ooh. Oh, 4-on-4 opportunity, but the Tritons are going to give it up. Great defense by Rushton. Don't let her get around her. Uh-oh. Wide open opportunity this time for Kaylee King. King to work her way down. She's going to stop moving forward. Play it to the center.
Ooh, back over to
Hernandez. Norma Hernandez now going to hit off the
Ooh, and
back
a nice save.
Wow. That was Emily Teal. Hit off the back foot of Teal. Whew. Teal, who's played goalkeeper as well for Scott Community College, comes into this one, not starting, but a big boot that time. Almost went top corner there in the goalpost. Here comes the first opportunity from the corner for Scott now. 21 and a half minutes remain in the first half. The kick is Audrey Whitaker. Oh, and the Triton wall will stop her, but Whitaker will get it back, going for goal. Get out of here. Estelle Huck now. Huck to keep moving forward, handball, so they'll stop the play. That was a nice courtesy call by the official right there. He didn't have to necessarily call the hand if he thought that would be going well for the Tritons, but he'll stop the play, give it back to the Tritons. There we go now. Great setup. Cameron Young to Jeanette Scholes. 3-on-3 opportunity. Oh, a little too heavy of a foot that time by Kayla York. Ball's going to go out of play. Into the hands of Norma Hernandez. She's got really long arms. She can throw it from almost anywhere on this soccer field. It's going to go back to Katie Bennett. Bennett now to look. Going to go to the perimeter. Going to have to step up. Is Ellwanger. Ellwanger doesn't lose it. Great feet work that time by her. Jessie Caruffer to play it back to Katie Bennett. Now back to the sweeper, Poppy Goffin. Estelle Huck. Now it's good to play it backwards, but now, ooh, that was a little too close for comfort in my opinion.
Yeah.
Katie Bennett now to work forward. She's going to look to the center. Uh-oh. The setup now from Cameron Young. Going to dish it over to Jeanette Scholes. Scholes, oh, just loses it. Barely. Cameron Young to battle for it. The battle lives on here. At Harlan Rogers, we do have a lady down.
But she gets back up to her own will. That's good. We'll be right back to the action here in a matter of seconds, looks like.
It looks like, yeah. Looks like she just tripped over her own foot. She's going to be okay.
That's what we like to see. Looks like number 21, Lauren Pete, will be doing the kick here.
As we resume play. 19 minutes remain here in half number 1. What do you think of it so far, Link?
I think the Tritons are coming off very strong with, as we said earlier, 2 points within 3 minutes. That's incredible. And, we got a bunch of good players here, from Hernandez to Scholes to Ellwanger to just to name a few. I mean, our whole team is looking very strong today, coming off the fact that they only had 1 day to practice I have a good feeling about this game. What do you think, Hank?
I don't just have a good feeling about this game. I have a great feeling about this soccer team. We are so young. Almost 15 freshmen and just 6 sophomores on this soccer squad. And so far they're up 2-1 against Scott, who's 0-3 on the season, but they're a pretty good soccer team. They have a pretty tough division that they got to go up against. Regardless, we're going back to play here. Poppy Goffin set it up to Jesse Caruffer, playing the wing position here. Going back central. Uh-oh, going to have to play quick. Stolen pass now, as Rushton's going to grab at her ankle. Uh-oh, I hope she's okay. Gets up to her own willpower. She's limping a little bit, but I believe she's okay. Going to go all the way back to Estelle Huck. Huck. Oh, and I love that. If you get jammed up in the corner, you just boot it off the back end of your opponent and it rolls out of bounds to stay your own team's possession. Love the play by Huck. Tell you what, if I'm in the opportunity to dealt someone with a soccer ball with my big old strong right foot, then I'm going to do it. Maybe not against you, buddy, but...
Well, I'll just be sure to duck.
Here we go now. Katie Bennett to set it up to Hoffer. Recently checked into the soccer match. Hoffer, send it down. Jesse Caruffer, great find.
Good opportunity here. Here we go.
Looking for it. Oh, doesn't take it. She's going to look to play it back.
She's going to knock it back over to Elwinger.
Elwinger's going to lose it now.
Back to Elwinger.
Back to Elwinger, yes. And now it's going to go in.
Back to Elwinger.
Wow. She's a magnet out there.
Ah, yes.
What can I say?
Hey, we like that. We hope that the ball gets attracted to our Triton gals.
Okay. Huck now to lose it. Let's see if Scott has the wheels to get there. No. We need a speedometer. Just like, I about got pulled over coming here because about lay here. And thank goodness I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell you what, we need one of those speedometer guns for how fast this ball's been moving. Working south to north.
I like that idea. Yeah, I agree.
It's going to get played down now to Kayla York. Playing it back to Bennett. She'll lose it. York now. Retain possession. Bennett now. They're going to play it into Jesse Caruffer, who's trying to play it back to Hoffer. Hoffer now. Ooh. Just going to get around her. Here comes that pinfall type effect. Great steal that time by Bennett. Bennett to look for an open teammate. She'll find Jesse Caruffer. Caruffer now. Going to play it all the way back to Elwinger. Elwinger now. Tries to hit up Hoffer. Hoffer falls to the turf. They're going to stop the play, and I believe the Tritons are going to have an opportunity for a free kick outside of the penalty box, but in really good position. Now Scott will have an opportunity to build a wall here. Depending how close they are, it looks like they're going to build a 3-person wall. Elwinger's going to kick it. She's got a very strong leg on her, so I like this idea. She almost put the ball in the back of the net a moment ago. You can try to go there. You are working into the wind. Let's see what they decide here.
Looks like she's winding up.
She's looking left, maybe for a teammate. Let's see what she does here. Going to hit off the ankle of a Scott player. Puck's going to come down for it. She's going to look forward, take a shot at the goal.
Ooh.
Wow.
That was a really good attempt there. Just a little short, but I do appreciate the effort there.
Oh, yeah. Got it up in the air, and she kind of just had a Hail Mary type of moment there, but she almost got it to go. I think everyone should take at least one crack at goal in every soccer match. 14 and a half minutes remaining in the first half.
Goffin kicks over to Young. Young's moving the ball down the field there over to Caruffer.
Caruffer now playing it back to Young. Young, great vision.
Over to Elwinger, back over to Huck, it looks like there. Moved down the field there to Hafer. Hafer doing a good job moving down there to
Caruffer now with an opportunity, and she's just going to miss the goal.
Just a little left there.
Wow. She might want that one back, and we're going to have a substitution on the field. Lauren Pete will be subbed out. I haven't got the number yet for Scott. I believe it's number 4, Bella Tirones. No, correction. It'll be number 7, Aria Fix, who started the game at center mid. It looks like she's going to be playing right mid currently. Here comes Haley Brown now. The goal kick sent almost out of play, and it does go out of play. And those are things that are going to bite you right in the foot. It's going to shoot you right in the foot.
Right.
Bite me? I don't know.
Well,
like a little Pomeranian or something.
Yeah. Little yipper dog.
Yeah, a little yipper dog. No. But it's going to shoot you right in the foot to the end of this soccer match because you got to take the most of your advantages when it comes to goal kicks.
Elwinger running up to make a good attempt here to move the ball down the field. It's knocked into Scott's possession again. Looks like Katie Bennett is going to do a little bit of an attempt to get there. It's over to Huck now. Back over to Hernandez. Hernandez, as I mentioned earlier, I like her as a player. She's a very good, aggressive player, doing her best for the offense. So that's going to be out of bounds. And then now going to be moved over to a corner kick. It looks like Scholes is going to be the one to knock it back into action here.
Yep, it did hit off the flag. So we will see a corner kick opportunity for the Triton ladies. Last time we were in corner kick opportunity, we almost scored. It's going to be up. Going to stay. Ball still in possession. Oh. That was just a caution call right there. Looked like their goalkeeper, Brown, got knocked to the ground, so the referee stopped it before it got too aggressive because, you know, there was some feet that were close to her head. And
yeah,
that's
we don't.
A good call by the head official.
Don't want anybody getting injured out there.
Not at all. 12 minutes remaining in half number 1. You're listening to The Hammer, Hank Ambrose, joined with Link Clay here at Triton Nation for this broadcast of your Triton women's soccer team.
You know, Hank, I think I need to get a nickname for myself here. You're the Hammer, of course, but I think I need to get me a nickname eventually.
It'll come eventually. It's got to be a natural thing. That was passed down to me, but anyway, back to soccer here. 11 minutes, 45 seconds. We're looking now at Young. Young trying to play it central. Jeanette Scholes. Scholes to look.
Scholes in a little sticky situation over there. Back over to Elwinger. There is a whistle there. It seems like going to have a little bit of a call of play there.
Yeah, blocking right there. I don't know if you've noticed this, but they're starting to double team Scholes.
Mm-hmm.
They've figured her out. They've noticed Katie Bennett, who's lining up to kick right now for the Tritons, is too great of a passer, and Scholes is too shifty and too speedy of a soccer player to not contain her by only one player. You got to use more than one person when you going up against Scholes.
Yes.
Like I said, 3 goals on the season so far, and we've only played 2 full halves. 11 minutes underway here. The time's still ticking for Katie Bennett, who just scored earlier today.
Oh!
And yet again, Katie Bennett, the Triton freshman. At 10 minutes and 43 seconds remaining, and half number 1 gets her second goal of the day.
So far, a very good game played here by our Triton girls. To me, a little bit, it seems like Scott College almost looks a little tired. You know, maybe they're winding down.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with just their conditioning and practices, but also their available players. When you look over to the amount of players that the Iowa Central Tritons have compared to Scott Community College, it's alarming. The Tritons could almost play nearly a full another team in the second half without even playing any girls they haven't played yet in the soccer match, where Scott, they're running dry on players, that's for sure. Brown now to punt it up deep into the blue sky. Great header that time by Poppy Goffin. Going to go back into the feet of Katie Bennett. Bennett now going to work it over to Young. Young. Looks like she wants to go to the corner. You got to pass it quicker. Oh, there you go. Scholes. Scholes now getting doubled once again. She's going to have to dump it off quickly. Back to Hoffer. Hoffer gets it out of there.
Good attempt over to Elwinger. Elwinger doing her best to keep the ball in play. Oh, it's going to be close.
Elwinger to keep it in now. Crossing it in.
Ooh. I'm sorry about that. Got a little too excited there, Hank, you know.
Yeah, that last pass was a little spicy. That's what kind of, we were warming our mouths up.
Muy caliente, yeah.
9.5 minutes remain in the first half. The throw-in from Norma Hernandez, centered over to Katie Bennett. Katie Bennett now. She's looking, lots of
Over to
time.
Elwinger.
If Scott wants to get back into this soccer match, they got to apply more pressure. Look how much feet is compared to who has possession of the ball and who's playing defense for Scott. It's absurd. It's going to kick back now to Monica Birkeland. 9 minutes remaining now in the first half. We look at Poppy Goffin. Going to send it over to Katie Bennett, who's really acting as if she's the workhorse. And now we're going to milk some clock away, and I like this idea. They're not pressuring the Tritons whatsoever. No one's stepping up for Scott Community College. Just find your mark, take your time, and eventually a goal will be scored. Jeanette Scholes, wow, that was aggressive. Ooh, wow. Left mid against right mid over there. They're going to call it against the Tritons. So Scott with an opportunity to line up to kick it forward. They're working with the wind. Right to left on your video screen and south to north directionally. And a great opportunity, but a better save by Monica Birkeland. Wow.
We just ticked away with 8 minutes left in the half here. 3-1 if you're just joining us. Knocked back into play.
I got to tell you something, Link. I keep looking back at my roster sheet to check to see if Monica Birkeland is only a freshman.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me. She is such a great goalkeeper for the Iowa Central Tritons. I mean, I cannot believe that this is just her first year of playing collegiate soccer. She's going to be someone that we're going to want to keep around for a while. Otherwise, we may see some potential offers coming up from Division I schools. So I've been very, very impressed by her. And, you know, I got to interview her not yesterday, but Monday, last game, after the game, in the post-game report. And she talked with me, and we talked a little bit about it being her first game ever and her getting double digits in saves. And she said that she didn't even know that she was going to go out there and have that good of a day for one, but she didn't even know if she was going to be starting. So this is great. Maybe she's just an all-around gifted soccer player, but kudos to Monica Birkeland. We're back to play here at Harlan Rogers. There goes a steal now for the Tritons. That was Katie Bennett that got the steal. Oh, no, correction. Vanessa Elwinger. It's going to go all the way back now. There's Katie Bennett.
Back over to Elwinger here.
Triton's working forward. Elwinger trying to hit Hoffer. Hoffer now gets back to Caruffer. Caruffer.
Going to bring it over to Goffin. Goffin going to knock it back over to
Hoffer.
To Elwinger here.
Great ball movement. When was the last time you've seen Scott even touch the ball?
It's felt like quite a bit.
If you're just joining us, the score is 3-1. The Tritons are on top. You're listening to The Hammer, Hank Ambrose and Link Clay in the broadcast booth for Triton Nation. 6 minutes remain here in the first half. We're going to see the Tritons line up for a corner kick. And look at this, Link. This is going to be the first time we see the Tritons do a corner kick without Jeanette Scholes kicking the corner.
Yeah,
Madison Rushton now.
Yeah.
Let's see how she fares. We've seen her have a big boot earlier. Rushton
nice
now.
cannon
Wow.
right there.
Header opportunity. It's going to hit off the front noggin of Poppy Goffin.
A very good attempt there.
And I love that. Goffin, who's playing sweeper today, worked her way forward into the penalty box and almost scored.
Here we got Scott's College going to knock us back into action here as we wind up.
Haley Brown to kick from goal. She's going to take her time, looking for that open teammate. See if she gets it there. Norma Hernandez. Great defense by her. Katie Bennett's going to step up. She has possession of the ball, makes a defender miss. She's going to work it down to Jeanette Scholes. Scholes going for goal. There it goes to Rushton. Rushton!
Oh, nice.
Wow, Madison Rushton.
Oh,
Fourth goal of the day.
My
The first one
goodness.
for Madison Rushton as she leaped into the arms of Katie Bennett. Katie Bennett, very proud of her teammate and fellow freshman. Both freshmen doing excellent
Man.
today. Yes, Jeanette Scholes, the sophomore, has a goal today. But other than that, the three other goals have gone to the freshmen. 2 all the way to Bennett and 1 right there from Madison Rushton. Getting everyone involved today. 4-1 is the score of your soccer match in the first half. 4 minutes and 57 seconds will remain.
I mean, if this is just the first half, I can't wait to see what the second half's going to bring us.
Absolutely, especially with the Tritons going into the wind. As here we're looking at Scott going into the wind. Here comes the setup now. That's Aria Fix. She's going to let it bounce out of play. She's going to come to throw it in. Aria Fix. Going to throw it down to McLaughlin. McLaughlin jammed up in the corner. Oh, she's going to work her way around Hoffer. Hoffer now. Ooh, you got to step up. Make a defensive stand here. Jesse Caruffer now.
Caruffer trying to get it over to Bennett. Bennett back over to Rushton here. Going to go over to Hafer. Moving the ball down back to Bennett.
Bennett now. She's going to look. She's going to have to play it to the
over
perimeter.
to Scholes.
Scholes juggling the soccer ball. She's going to work her way forward now. Wow. Here comes the setup now. Let's see if she goes for goal. Oh.
Just a little off there.
That was Kayla York on the opportunity that time. Whew. Haley Brown was knocked up a little bit down there. She's going to make herself back up to her own power.
That's good.
Scott, they're pretty tough. They've been running all over so far here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. Knocked down a few times, especially Haley Brown. She's had a lot of action over there in the goalie's box.
Yeah, both of these teams are very tough, a lot more tougher than me. If I was out here playing soccer, excuse me, not basketball.
If you're out here playing basketball, you'd have a problem.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much, Link.
See, that's why I'm not I'm not a player out here, because I don't even know what sport we're doing.
Oh,
but
goodness.
Regardless, if I was out here playing soccer and if I got hit, man, I'd be down. So what I'm trying to say is these girls are very tough, so kudos to both teams here. Back into the action, Scott throwing in.
3 minutes to go here in half number one. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remain now. Hitting over to Katie Bennett. Bennett's going to look, going to find it over to Rushton.
Rushton's could have fooled me. I thought that was going to go right over to...
Yeah, we had to pause what we were about to say there because it looked like she was going to go forward, but she kicked it outside. Header opportunity for Jeanette Scholes. Scholes, she's a little too short, I think, to be trying to go for headers.
Just
but
a little.
I love the try. It's going to go way over her head and back in possession of Scott. Scott's going to lose it near immediately.
Hernandez,
here we go now.
Throwing in.
Norma Hernandez to play it back to Rushton. Rushton to look. Rushton.
To Hernandez once again, over to Rushton. Ooh, back into the feet of Scott.
That's Teal. Teal's going to play it down to Pete. It's going to work its way out of play.
Looks like Hernandez throwing in again. That's going to be over to Hook.
Bennett.
Bennett over to try to get to Goffin here. Goffin, I believe, is going to knock it over to Elwinger. Maybe. Yep. Here we go.
Poppy had a lot of time to wait for that. Now she's going to play it down. Great block that time by Scott. That was Sarah Madden that got there in time.
Hafer doing a good job keeping it into play. Looks like Elwinger trying to do her best to get the ball back into possession.
Jesse Caruffer, excellent steal. Oh, but it's just going to head out of bounds. Elwinger had it. Great steal that time, though, by Caruffer. She was the Iowa Central goalie last season, and a little bit of that history comes back into play as she's in at midfielder, and she was playing forward earlier today as well, but that slide tackle was definitely had a little bit of influence from her goalie days. And another one right there.
Over to Scholes. Scholes going to move the ball around here.
Finds Norma Hernandez coming back playing left back. Norma Hernandez, wow. And she's sneaky fast. You don't really see it coming from Norma Hernandez just because she's a left back, and she kind of comes out of nowhere. She's going to make her way back to her position, but she almost went for goal there.
Yeah.
We don't see a lot of defenders try to do that, but if you're Norma Hernandez, you for sure can do it. Here we go now. We only have 15 seconds remaining here, so we're going to have to line up for what I assume is the final corner kick of the half.
Looks like the wind's doing a little bit of disfavor
blowing the ball around.
for the...
Rushton now kicks the ball in the air. Header opportunity. It's going to bounce high and away, and that's going to be the final second of the first half here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. The Tritons are up 4-1 against Scott Community College, and you're exactly right what you just said there. Wow, what a statement by the Iowa Central Tritons women's soccer team. They only had 1 day off before they head into this game. like we said earlier, they won 2-0 against Hawkeye Community College on Monday, and we got into a little bit of what they talked about in half number 1 when it came to the preparation coming into this game, but they definitely got it pat down. They struggled in game 1 on Monday with just getting the gears turning and going and connecting to the feet, but 4 goals being scored in half number 1, no problem with communication, no problem finding teammates, and it looks like that they're even using echolocation to find their teammates, because they're barely looking up to find their teammate. It's just a simple touch of the ball, one touch and a second touch to send it in towards the goal, and we're connected on every opportunity. The execution has been perfect for the Iowa Central Tritons, and I've been very, very impressed by what head coach Miller has been putting out for the Iowa Central soccer fans, really, and teammates and coaches and players as well, trying to set a standard. Coach Miller, of course, has been a player here. She was quite some time ago. She was an assistant as well last season, and now she's stepping into her inaugural season as the head coach. I got to do a pregame interview with her. We talked a little bit about that earlier. A few other things I got to talk to a little bit with her was the next goal scorer. I brought up that she has a very talented young team, and just because the fans aren't very familiar yet of Triton Nation with who these freshmen are, because there's a lot of them. There's nearly 15 freshmen on this soccer squad. I wanted to know who's going to be the next name to know for these Triton fans to score the next goal, and we had a little bit of a bet, and I said to look out for Bennett, and you know what? I was right. She said Iris Tanya, who got the start today, and you know what? I also expected Tanya to score a goal today, so the second half maybe is what is for her. Tanya didn't get the start on Monday. She got the start today at center forward, and she has had one shot attempt at goal, almost put it in the back of the net, but she did not win the bet between me and Coach Miller, so no money between me and her, but bragging rights is what I'm going to say.
Yes.
Along with that, I got to talk to her a little bit about the first half on Monday, what she went through in preparation, and she just said not stabbing, not breaking down, and just staying together as a unit, but spreading out more. Did a good job at spreading out once the second half started on Monday's game, and today they look phenomenal. They look like they've been playing together for years. Otherwise, when it comes to what we've seen in today's game, pure dominance. 4-1. I do believe that the wind going against them was kind of a struggle. This is the first time we've seen wind be a true factor in the soccer match this season. We're going to see that, of course, a lot more heading into the rest of the season, along with the cold eventually going to come here for the soccer girls and men's soccer teams. I'm going to just plug the soccer men's team. Stick around for that, as the boys are going to take over around 3 o'clock today. They're going to also take on Scott Community College, as they're already lined up watching their girls play in game number 1 today. Other than that, I've been very impressed. To go back over who scored the goals in order, Jeanette Scholes was the first to strike for the Tritons. Along with that, Katie Bennett got the next 2, and after that, Madison Rush got the 4th goal to go for the Tritons. Now, the only goal being scored for Scott Community College was number 16, Audrey Whitaker. Whitaker had a very nice strike, but I got to tell you, I sincerely believe that a lot of it had to do with the wind, because it was a very, very hard-struck ball, but it went way over the head of Monica Birkeland. She wasn't in correct positioning to open up from where she was standing, barely reached and went over her head and into the back of the net. Link, you got anything else for us?
Well, as we said kind of at the beginning of the break here, you're saying, the first game we saw, it was getting the wheels kind of turning and seeing how things were going to play out. I think we're starting to almost kind of be working out like a well-oiled machine, As we also said, it looks like we've been playing for years.
With a victory against Scott Community College. Welcome, Triton Nation, to this broadcast of your Iowa Central Tritons women's soccer team going up against the Community College of Scott. As they're taking on the Tritons today, if you just joined us, we're about to head into the second half to play here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. 4-1 is your score. The Iowa Central Tritons are on top as they got 4 goals, of course. They were working against the wind as well. This half they're going to be going with the wind, so maybe even more goals are going to be scored. We don't know how they'll play going into the wind. It'll be a little faster game, of course, but they're also going to start with the possession of the ball. As well as that, I am Hank Ambrose. As you're listening to Link Clay, part of the broadcast team here at Triton Nation, as I'm going to switch the broadcast play-by-play over to my co-commentator, Link Clay.
Well, thank you, Hank. That was a very nice introduction there. So, let's get into the nick of things here. It looks like Katie Bennett's going to knock it right over to Huck there. It's going to go over to number 14, Cameron Young. Back over to, looks like we're going to be almost in possession of Scott there. Going to be caught by the goalie. A very interesting first half. If you're just joining in, we are leading by 4-1. And, man, our Tritons have been coming through pretty strong right now. Hernandez with the ball right now. Moving away from the Scott players. A little bit of a tricky situation, but moving over. Going to knock the play over to number 8, Rushton. Knocked back into the feet of Scott right now.
Triton girls getting in position here.
Looks like it's just going to be knocked out of bounds there from number 7, Poppy Goffin. Almost looked like we had a Scott player down, but they're back on their feet. That is what we like to see. No injuries as of this far. Hopefully we can keep it that way. It's going to be out again.
Poppy Goffin, I'd like to say, is starting today at the sweeper position. She's also worked and played a little bit of right back as well today. Along with that, we have Danny Bears, who's out today, who's usually the starter. Must have came down with some sort of injury, so I missed that out.
Knocked back into play here. Scott's making an interesting attempt to knock away from the Tritons. Tritons are kind of swarming them like a herd of bees there. Looks like we're going to have number 23, Estelle Huck there, doing her best attempt of defense, while also Cameron Young also making a good effort there. Knocked out by Poppy Goffin. Looks like we're going to have a corner throw-in from Scott Community College. So we get a little bit of a lineup here. See how this works out. Here comes the kick. It's a little bit to the left there. We have another attempt moving over. Good defense from the Tritons as of this far. I believe that's Jeanette Scholes over there doing her best to move the ball down the line. That will be out of bounds once more. Current time now, right now, we have 42 minutes, 15 seconds. Score still 4-1, Tritons lead. We're going to knock this back over into play. Looks like number 8, Rushton, moving the ball over there off the foot of a Scott player there. Back over to Rushton, back over to Goffin. Punted along over to Huck there. Ooh, a little bit of a hard hit on the chest there. That's going to be knocked out of bounds.
Yeah, Caruffer tried to save it that time, but kind of took the wrong bounce.
Yeah.
Off of her side there. Katie Bennett, aggressive play there, going to get it over now to Jeanette Scholes.
Ooh, and a nice kick attempt there by Rushton. She's going to be on the ground, but looks like Scott's going to help her back up. That is a nice, or excuse me, Katie Bennett. And she'll be back up on her feet. We like to see that. Knocked back into play here by our goalie.
Yeah, and Katie Bennett, she's tough. She collided her head yesterday with a headbutt, and we thought she was going to probably be out for quite some time, but she got right back into the soccer match yesterday, continued the game, didn't score a goal, but nearly got an assist for the day.
Scholes moving the ball along over to number 15, Katie Bennett. A nice attempt score there, just a little left. 14:43 on the clock as we just keep moving away here in the second half of this game. Tritons lead.
They're going to say it hit off the foot of a Scott defender, so we're going to see a corner kick opportunity. That's Madison Rush going back there into the corner. Correction, Vanessa Elwinger.
Moving along here. That's going to be out of bounds there. Looks like we're going to have Norman Hernandez throwing in for us right now. Over to Rushton once again. Going to be kicked over to Huck. Huck moving the ball along over to number 7. That's Poppy Goffin. Back over to Katie Bennett. Moving things along here. Scott knocks it back up into the air. And that's going to be out of bounds. Thrown in now by Vanessa Elwinger here.
And that right there is called a pooch kick.
Oh, is that right?
Football terms, Link. Lauren Pete that time kicked it up in the air. It nearly went backwards. Really. It's that wind. It's killer out here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex.
Back into the action. We got Tritons moving the ball along here. Cameron Young over back to Huck there. Moving along. Back over to Scott. Doing a little bit of that ping pong action we've been working on. 38:58 for the time. Still 4-1. Hernandez moving the ball over back to, well, now it's in the possession of Scott. Ooh, we have a good opportunity to turn around here for Goffin. If she could get that turnaround, that'd be great. It will be saved by the goalie. Knocked back into action. Back over to Rushton. Rushton move it back to Bennett. Bennett over to Cameron Young. Doing a nice little back and forth there. Bennett back over to Koofer there. Groofer, excuse me.
And I just noticed here we have a new goalie in for the Tritons. I wonder if Monica Berkland has came down with some soreness, or if they're just trying out maybe a backup goalie. I believe it is Isabella Shanta.
Now we're back into the action. We have a whistle called here. We have a Triton down, unfortunately. It looks like that might be Karufer. I hope she's okay.
Yeah, Jessie's out there. She's holding her ankle. Uh-oh. Team trainer will go out, check up on her.
37:56 for the time right now. We are paused. If you're just joining us, Tritons lead 4-1. We're in the second half. She's back up on her feet. She is walking. Looks like she will be all right for the time being.
Yep.
Got
herself up to her own power.
That's good.
And it looks like we may have a substitution for her. Oh, we're going to have to get back into the action. Actually, Huck going to be back there.
Huck with the ball, going to kick it back over to number 7, Poppy Goffin. Goffin's going to move it back over to, I believe that's Katie Bennett. In Scott's possession right now. Looks like Goffin doing her best to keep that away. Elwinger knocking it back over to Goffin here. Move back over to Caruffer. Caruffer off to Katie Bennett there. Looks like Caruffer doing a good job getting that back out of Scott's position.
Wow, I mean, Caruffer was just injured a moment ago, and she got herself right back into the game.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be into Scholes here. Moving it back over. A good attempt, but saved by Scott's goalie. 37:05 right now for the time. That was close.
That was hit very hard.
Yes. That's going to be bunted back into action here. Rushton with the ball, knocked back over to Katie Bennett. Bennett over to Caruffer.
Here comes Caruffer now, and
that's going to be knocked out of bounds.
I think that ankle is going against her. It's not really working in her favor, so we're going to have a substitution for her. It's going to be Iris Tanya, who started in today's match. She's going to check back into this game. The throw-in now.
I'm very, very proud of Caruffer, getting back up and playing as long as she could. But you know what? Sometimes soreness and injuries really do need to be sat off for just a little bit. So hopefully we can see a little bit more from her in the later half of the second here. Over to Huck. We are back into the action. That's going to be another whistle here.
Getting a little aggressive out there. And it could just be these Triton girls. I mean, they did not get a lot of rest.
No.
I mean, Monday to Wednesday games, those are tough. And you're going to be sore. You're going to be very sore by the end of this. And hopefully you're going to have time for a nap and some rest and then be ready to get back into it for your next soccer match.
That's right, Hank. Back to the action. We are getting thrown back in from Scott's goalie. Kicked back into action. That's going to go off the foot of Rushton once again. And she's going to knock that over to Hernandez. Back over to Rushton. An attempt to make it to Cameron Young, but it's going to actually end up into the feet of Huck again, number 23. And it looks like that's going to be saved once more by Scott's goalie. 35 minutes left in the second half. We are just chugging along here. A very nice day here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex on the Triton soccer field here. You're going to want to stay around. We got another men's soccer game here coming up right after this, so you'll be hearing me and Hank once again commentating. Back to the action. We have Katie Bennett over to Rushton once again. I'm enjoying seeing that the ball is on the Triton side of the field more often than it is on Scott's side. I don't know.
Wow, look at that. Kicked way up into the trees. Jeez, I hope no birds were up there.
That would be really unfortunate.
Katie Bennett. She really sent that one. Tell you what, I'd be scared if I was the goalie, Haley Brown.
Yes.
For Scott. Tell you what, she's taking some shots to the hand. She's got a few good blocks on the day, but I hope she doesn't have to write any papers after this soccer match because her hands aren't going to be working as well as they would be.
Hopefully she's got a way to use voice text or something. All right.
Yeah.
Back to the action here. We have Norma Hernandez throwing us back into play here. 33:50 for the time right now. 4-1 still as the Tritons lead off here. We're going to be knocked in. 2 possession for Katie Bennett here. Another very great player for the Tritons. It looks like she's going to be maneuvering around Scott players. Kind of getting swarmed. That's going to be out of bounds. But it looks like number 6, Vanessa Elwinger, will be throwing us back into play. Back over to Rushton, back to Bennett. Here we go. Moving along. Back to Scholes. Scholes kind of hits it over to Scott's player. Looks like Cameron Young doing her best to try to get the ball back into Triton's position. Off the head of another Scott player. Knocked up into the air. Looks like Rushton's going to catch it, but it's going to bounce right back off her. Let's see what happens here. We're going back over to number 7, Poppy Goffin. Moving it back over to Huck. And Huck's going to move it back to Goffin. It's going to be booted right along back to, it looks like, Goffin once again.
Goffin working forward. Only one behind the center line right now is Huck. Oh, handball? No, they're not going to call it.
In any event, it looks like Katie Bennett making a move down to, to get position back.
Fancy footwork. Look like Michael Jackson out there. Jeez. Smooth criminal.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, my goodness.
In the position of Scott right now, back over to Huck. Huck's going to move it right back to the Triton side, over to Rushton. Once again, it seems like Rushton's been doing a very good job trying to keep possession of the ball for the Tritons. That's what we like to see here. 31:52 for the time. If you're just joining us, the score is 4-1 with your Tritons leading. I am Link Clay, joined here by my co-commentator Hank the Hammer Ambrose. We're really happy to have you along here on this nice day of soccer at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex.
Great day to play soccer. Great day to be a Triton.
Yes.
Matter of fact, we got 2 games today in Linkster.
That's right. We got a boys game after this. Same teams. You're not going to want to miss that. We're going to be commentating that as well. So stick around for that. It's going to be a fun day out here. Moving along, Scott moves the ball back into action off the head of Katie Bennett. That's going to be out again. Quite a little bit of a short play there, but you know what? That's all right. Just approaching 31 minutes left here in the second half. What's been some takeaways you've had here, Hank?
So far, the Tritons have looked like a soccer team, and Scott just simply has not. We haven't seen him really play soccer since they kicked the goal, and now Scott is working against the wind. They're not in a good position to get back into the soccer match. The Tritons are dominating all ends of the field when it comes to attacking. They're finding all their teammates when it comes to passing. They're spacing out, widening out. Their corner kicks have looked phenomenal. A lot of Tritons have very strong legs. We've seen a lot of them take some very long shots. We've seen the defenders get involved. Norma Hernandez has worked her way all the way back up from defending a ball at her right back or left back position because she has switched back and forth, and she's taken some shots today. We've seen Poppy Goffin work to the center line. And, you know, the Tritons have got to be a little weary about that. They do have a big lead, 4-1, with 30 minutes remaining here in the second half, but the Tritons, you got to be happy if you're a Triton fan. Very dominant today.
I sure know I'm a happy Triton right
with
now.
Little preparation, keep in mind.
Yes. You know, and like we keep saying, with a 1 day off, you know, you're still sore, but, you know, these players are playing, as we mentioned, like they've known each other for years, and that's kind of, that's a very good thing to have, is your teamwork and communication. Even if it's not like a visible communication, as we were talking about, it's just kind of second nature. You know where your team members are going to be, and that is so professional. So, yeah, very, very good team right now. Back into the action. We're going to be knocked into play here by Scott's goalie. Over to Rushton, back over to Scholes now with the ball. A little bit of aggression here coming from Scott's players. That's going to be booted along there. It looks like number 9, Tanya, is going to be moving along. Tanya, excuse me, is going to be moving along here. Ball back into Scott's position. It looks like Hernandez and Tanya doing a good job trying to.
Irish Tanya, yeah. Tracking down the ball after she got it taken away from her.
You don't want to lose possession of the rock, and you can tell that the Tritons really feel that statement quite well. Back into Scott's position here. Knocked over again by Goffin. Looks like. You're going to have to excuse me, folks. My eyesight is kind of bad here. It looks like that's going to be 13.
Kayla York.
Kayla York, yes. You know, you get so far out there, sometimes the number's a little blurry. That's going to be knocked into position for number 7, Rushton here. It looks like we have 28 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock right now in the second half here. 4-1 still the score. Tritons leading. All right, it looks like Cameron Young going to knock it over to Katie Bennett. Back over to Kayla York again. We're really just moving along here. The Scots players kind of look like they're kind of getting a notion of who to be on if they're going to be playing defensive. Ooh, we got a little bit of a knockdown there.
Uh-oh.
It looks like
Huck
Kayla King doing a good job trying to score, but that will be saved by the Triton goalie. We have a Triton down.
That's Estelle Huck. I saw when she crashed into the ground, it looked like her knee collided pretty hard into the turf. I hope she's okay. It was that last collision when she was going against Emily Teal back there. And I think that she had some discomfort in game number 1. She didn't get a chance to play. This is her first game as a Triton. Oh. I hope she's okay. Tell you what, the head trainer's going to come over. Got a great staff, medical staff, to look at her, make sure she's okay. So they're going to check her out on the field, and we're going to pause the action at Harlan Rogers, so we're going to take a break as well in the broadcast booth. It's been Lincoln Hank, and stick around for some more Triton Nation action as the soccer girls continue to work against Scott Community College.
And welcome back to the action here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. We are back after that short little break. We are now 27 minutes and 9 seconds left in the quarter, or the half here. I'm Link Clay, joined here by Hank Ambrose, or as a lot of you probably know, the Hammer, Hank Ambrose. So we're moving things along here.
Before we get back in the play-by-play, Link, I'd like to say Estelle Huck was helped off to the sideline where she's going to be looked at by the trainer. Going to pray to hope that she's okay. She was very dominant today in today's match, and she's a very key player for the Tritons, but I do sincerely hope that her health and her knee is okay.
Yes, get well soon. Looks like we got Hernandez with the ball right now, knocking it back over into the position of Carufer there. That's going to go right back over to Wagner here. In Scott's position. We're doing a good job here by Cameron Young trying to get back over there, over to number 9, number 8. That would be Madison Rush in there. Back over to Goffin. And that is going to be close to out of bounds. Yes, that's going to be out of bounds here. So we will be thrown back in from Scott Community College. 25:56 left here in the second half. If you're just joining us, 4-1 is the score right now. Your Tritons are leading and doing a mighty fine job of it. A lot of good players here today, and we're really excited to see what this half brings us. Back into the action, we got Tanya doing her best to move the ball back. That's going to be out of bounds, though. Thrown back in from the Scotts Community College.
Yeah, and that was Tanya trying to set up Kayla York. Two players that haven't gotten a whole lot of playing time yet today, but they've checked into this game. Tanya did get the start, but was subbed out a little bit early.
That's going to be in the possession of number 13, Kayla York. Move back over to, it looks like, ooh, that's going to be close. That's going to be York again with Tanya. Ooh, another collision there. Oh, man. Oh, looks like that was number 13, Kayla York there?
No, that was Iris Tanya.
Oh, man. That was a hard
the
hit.
Forward for Iowa Central. And I missed the jersey number for Scott, but once we get it, we'll make sure to figure it out to report on it. Tanya does get back up to her own willpower. Just a little stretch, and she seems okay. If you missed it there, the girls ran full head of steam right into each other. That was another big hit. We just saw that literally a few minutes ago when Huck collided with Teal on their side. And it looks like the Scott player is going to get up. See there. I believe that is number 5.
Number 5.
Riley Walls.
Yes. 24:47 left on the clock right now as we keep moving along here. Hopefully we don't have too many more injuries. You know, we like to see a nice injury-free game, but sometimes people just happen to have accidents. And
well, soccer is a game a lot about speed, quickness, durability, and when you got two players running full head of steam into each other, almost like football, collisions are going to happen. There's no protection like there would be in American football, and injuries happen. I mean, we've seen a lot of these gals be very tough. We hope the best for these players and their health, as we're going to get right back into the action here at Harlan Rogers.
Hernandez moved the ball along here, doing a mighty fine job of it. Over to number 12, that is Nadia Hafer. As that's going to be in the possession of Carufer once again. Back over to Scholes. Scholes going to be moving along up the side of the field here. Going to attempt to make the goal here, but it's knocked back over
to Rushton.
Yeah, the Rushton.
Second attempt. Oh, shot on goal, but it's going to be a great save that time by Haley Brown. Despite Brown letting 4 get past her, she's had a few excellent saves. And a lot of that, goals can't just only depend on goalkeepers. A lot of it has to do with the back 4 or the back 5, depending on what set your soccer team is playing. And a few times, I just sincerely believe the Tritons have outran and outmatched the defenders on Scott's side.
Yes. moving along back to the action. It looks like we're in position of Scott here. Krufer going to block that off. Change the pace here again. That looks like that's going to be in the possession of number 13, Kayla York. Once again, over to number 12, Nadia Jafer. Back over to Scholes once again. Oh, just barely knocked it in the way. That's going to be right over top of the goal.
Oh, wow.
Man.
And that was Iris Tanya that had the opportunity to put it back into the net with the goalkeeper out of position. But I think the ball was just rolling to her a little too awkward, and it was at a weird angle. She had to use her left foot, and that happens. Got away from her that time, and I'm sure next time she gets that opportunity, she will be more focused, and hopefully we'll get a better bounce at the ball.
I'm pretty sure that is exactly what's going to happen next time. Just a little under 22 minutes, 35 seconds remain in the second half here. We're moving along. Triton's got the position here. Krufer doing a good job attempting to move the ball back over, but that's going to be knocked out of bounds. And it's going to be thrown in by the Tritons goalkeeper.
And that's, that's something that the Tritons are going to have to pick up on. No stabbing. Don't let the ball get under your foot, because I tell you what, if number 10, Kaylee King, had just a step ahead of Krufer and kept possession of the ball, she would have had a wide open opportunity for a goal. We're back to action here. Great goal kick that time by Isabella Shanta, who subbed out with Monica Berkland in half number 2, getting her first playing time as a Triton. Not a lot of action has been on her side of the field, but so far she's looked good. A few goal kicks.
We're going to be thrown back into action here by Scott Community College. That's going to go right off the foot of number 6, Vanessa Elwanger. It looks like we're going to be thrown in once again from Scott. And that's going to be in play now. Number 8, Madison Rush, going to move the ball along. That's in now Scott's position. A good attempt there by them, but that's going to be knocked out of bounds. Ooh, actually it's going to be left in the play there. Krufer bounced off the shin of her, and that is going to be knocked out of bounds. Thus for a possible, almost looks like a corner kick, but I don't think that is what that is. And Hernandez doing a good job trying to do her best defense there. That's going to be knocked out of bounds once again. This time will be a corner kick from number 2, Jenna McLaughlin, on Scott Community College's team here. Let's see how this plays out. There goes the kick. Nice kick. Bounced off the side of another player there. Ooh. That's going to be saved by the goalie. A very nice save there.
That was Aria Fix that made contact with the ball, and yeah, our goalkeeper, she grabbed it right away. Shanta, thank goodness for her, because she kicked the ball while it was in the hands of the goalkeeper. Oh, I can't believe that could have felt too nice.
No.
It was a gut punch is really what that was, but a gut kick. Ooh.
Looks like Hernandez is going to be making a penalty kick here as we move along. 20 minutes left in the second half. 4-1 still the score here. Excuse me, that was not a penalty kick. That was just a normal kick here. It was saved by Scott's Community College goalie here. Moving along, we're going to be knocked right back into action. A nice kick here. That's going to go very close to Goffin here as she's trying to get the ball back into possession.
Major height advantage going against her.
That's going to be knocked out of bounds by number 6, Vanessa Elwanger.
Lauren Pete going against Poppy Goffin. Poppy Goffin is about 2 heads taller than Pete, and I think that you could say that she's dominated the rivalry today, the matchup today, and that header opportunity was just 100% going to Goffin. Up into the air, gonna battle for it. She had the hop, the height advantage against her, and she got it back for the Tritons, but it rolled out of play, so here we are now. Scott throwing it in.
Back to the action here. It looks like we got a little bit of a swarm of Triton players going against Scott. Scott makes the attempt there. Ooh, and saved by the goalie. It looked like she almost made connection to one of the poles there.
Shanta.
With her back there, that couldn't have felt too good. That's going to be knocked over into position
nice punt
of Tanya here. She might pass it over to Scholes. Maybe.
Gonna keep it for herself for now. Dance around a defender. She's gonna stick with it.
Good defense coming from Scott here, but that's going to be knocked out of bounds.
Hopper.
Just a little too out of bounds there.
Great run that time by Tanya. She tried to play it back into the foot of Hopper. That was the second time Hopper about put it into the back of the net. Each time had to use her non-dominant foot, and it soared a little too high over twice now. And Hopper's due. She's going to be close to scoring next for the Tritons. I'll tell you what, if it's not today, then expect later this week or next week a goal being scored by her.
For sure.
The freshman midfielder.
17:45 left in the second half here. We are in position for Scott Community College. It looks like Kaylee King again will be kicking this time. Triton's doing a little bit of talk here, trying to maneuver into place.
Great communication.
That's going to be right over into the feet of Scott. Once again, Scholes doing a good attempt there to move the ball back. It looks like it's going to be Goffin trying to run up there, but is ultimately saved by the goalie. And now thrown back into play over to number 12, Nadia Hafer. Over to 14, Cameron Young. Once again, going to be kicked up front. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of a collision there. Everybody seems to be all right. Everybody's helping each other up. Good sportsmanship like we want to see here. 16:53 on the clock right now.
We're going to see a corner kick opportunity now for the Tritons. Looks like that is Rushton that went out there.
All right, let's see how this plays out. Everybody looking to get that ball in there.
Poppy Goffin with it. Hoffer now.
Oh!
Great save by Brown.
Yeah. You know, we like to see as many scores as we can for the Tritons, but you know what? That credit where credit is due. That was a nice save there from Brown for Scott Community College. Back to the action now. Karufer with the ball. Going to try to move stuff back. A nice cannon of a leg there over to Scholes. It looks like who's going to be moving the ball along. Over to number 9, and that is Tanya. Over to, I believe that is number 13, Kayla York. Back over to Rushton once again. Oh, and another attempt there. Just a little too far left there, and over the goalpost it goes.
Goodness, Kayla York. The big boot that time. And the men's team, they're practicing over there, so watch out for them. Jeez. Tell you what.
We're going to get right back to the action here. It looks like we're going to be kicked in from Scott's goalie. A nice boot there over to Karufer. It looks like Hernandez doing the best to be on backup. That will be out of bounds. Kayla King going to be throwing in for Scott. Back over to number 2, Jenna McLaughlin. And having Hernandez on your shoulder the whole time for defense there, it's got to be a little intimidating, you'd think. Poppy Goffin knocking the ball out of bounds there. King going to be throwing in again for Scott. Back into the action. Ooh, a little bit of a shove there. They both look to be okay.
Good teamwork, too.
It looks like King again will be throwing in for Scott. That's going to be out of bounds once more. Karufer this time going to be throwing in for the Tritons. Moving along here off the head of Cameron Young. Scholes making a good effort there. Tanya washing the ball as well. We're going to be back into Scott's position here off the... A little bit of a cluster going on over there. Back into the position of Elwanger. Back over to Kayla Young, yes. And Goffin passes it back over to Young once again. Excuse me, York. And we have a little bit of another cluster going on here. 13:40 on the clock right now for the time. Score still 4-1 with your Tritons leading. That was saved by Scott's goalie here as we get thrown back into the action. A lot of good teamwork and communication as we've hit on, of course, and two really determined teams. And, we see that a lot during these Triton games. And that's a good thing. So back to the action here. Over to Scott. That's going to be caught by the Tritons goalie once more.
Miss Shianta, way to go stepping in, filling a role, and getting the job done for the Tritons.
Looks like that's going to go right out of bounds there. We're going to have number 17, Izzy Rodriguez, throwing in for us for Scott Community College. 12:40 left on the score clock right now. So we move things along. Time is dwindling down here. I think if Scott has any chance of catching up, we got to kind of step it into gear a little bit.
Ooh.
Right off the foot of Carufer there. Hernandez making a good effort to knock the ball back over, but it's ultimately being chased by Carufer once again. That's going to be knocked out of bounds. And we're going to have Kaylee King thrown in again. Scholes doing a good effort of moving the ball back into place.
Ooh.
Kind of a scrappy play there, but ultimately it's going to be thrown in again by Hernandez, it looks like, if I'm correct. Or kicked in by Hernandez. That's going to be right over to Tanya once again. Having a little two-person action over there. Scholes trying to avenge. Knocked back over to Hafer once more. And it looks like we're going to have some movement here by number 13 over to number 8 for Madison Rushton. Over to 10. Back over to Rushton once again, trying to get it before it goes out of bounds. She keeps it in play. That's going to go right back over to number 14, Cameron Young. Ooh, and number 12, Nadia Jafer, back up. Helped up by number 15 of Scott Community College. Or excuse me, 14.
That was 16, Audrey Whitaker. That's who scored the goal for Scott Community College. And I like to add to that, yeah, great sportsmanship that time. She knew she was in the wrong. She lowered her shoulder a little too much and took Hoffer to the ground. But I like that she showed sportsmanship and let her back up.
I agree. Back to the action. 10 minutes, 45 seconds left in the second half. Looks like that's going to be out of bounds on the Tritons. Or excuse me, Triton's going to be throwing back in, looks like. Either way, we're going to keep things moving along. Number 8, Madison Rushton, going to be knocking things back into action here with a corner kick here. And we're going to see how this plays out. Here comes the kick. Saved by the goalie for Scott. 10 minutes remain in the second half here. Hank, if you had to choose your MVP of the game, who would you choose so far?
Tell you what, we got an injury down right now. It's Brown, just to make that clear, and she's going to get up to her own willpower, so that's good. But before I get into that, my MVP of the game, wow. I'll tell you what. I've been very, very impressed by Bennett on the Triton side. She's got the most goals today. She's got 2 so far, just a freshman. So how special is that? Get your first goal as a Triton and score 2, actually. So way to go, Bennett. She's been very dominant today. She stepped in, and actually she's not even starting today. So she didn't start Monday as well, but she has proved she's a dominant player. We're going to see a lot of good coming from Katie Bennett heading into the future. Along with that, Jeanette Scholes, of course, been excellent. We've seen some great ball movement by Jessie Caruffer along with Hoffer, and our whole defensive backfield. Excellent. Excellent. Whether you're talking about Norma Hernandez, Poppy Goffin, Huck, which we do hope she is okay. She's been on the sidelines since almost the beginning of the second half. And here we go now.
All right, we got back into the action here. We're working with number 8, Madison Rushton moving the ball along here, doing a good job fighting for the ball. That's going to be out of bounds and will be thrown in by the Tritons. Over to Rushton once more. And hit over to Tanya. It's going to be kicked out of the way by a Scots player. But it looks like number 10, Lauren Chetty, going to be throwing in for us today. Just a little under 9 minutes in the second half here. 4-1, your Tritons leading. For a stat update right there. And we're going to be in the position of the Scots. Ooh, knocked out by Hernandez. A nice kick, but will be caught by the goalie for Scott Community College. Here we go, knocked back into play. That's going to go right over back to, I believe that is Katie Bennett there. And looked to get avenged by Scots. Back over to Hernandez, who's going to kick it right over to Scholes once again. Back over to Tanya, looking like she's there open. But ultimately will end back into the feet of Scots Community College. Ooh, back over to Katie Bennett here. We have an opportunity for a kick. Let's see what happens here. Right into the arms of Scots goalie.
Yeah, great save that time by Brown. And Bennett with a big-time boot. Used her left foot there. And I'm beginning to believe that she's a little more ambidextrous than we think she is. Coming into the season, listed as a righty. And I tell you what, she's got a strong left foot as well. So I think I might classify her as ambidextrous.
I would have to say you're right, Hank. Looks like we got a Scott player down. Hopefully she's okay. Looks like we got the ref over there. A few players. She's back up to her own will. That's good. We're going to be moving along the action. Number 17, Izzy Rodriguez with the ball kicked over to the ref.
Excited to get back to the play-by-play, Link.
I just like this game moving along. I'm just happy to be here. All right, back to the real action now. Off the foot of number 9, Tanya. That's going to be out of bounds there. And, oh boy, it's been a fun day up here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex, watching some soccer here with all of our buddies from the TV radio program.
That's right. If you're just tuning in, you're listening to The Hammer, Hank Ambrose, joined with alongside co-commentator and buddy, Link Clay.
Just a little under 6 minutes, 20 seconds remain. You know, we've seen a lot of action here today, and in a good way for the Tritons. You know, we've been just having a bunch of freshmen stepping up and looking like they've been here their whole life. So, kudos to them. And now we're back to the action. Ooh, Hernandez kicks it back over to Scholes. Scholes going to make it a good attempt to kick it back over to Tanya. Kind of misses there, goes into the goalie of Scots Community College. And it's going to be back over to Rushton here. She's going to knock it back over to number 13, Kayla York, as they make the attempt to get the goal here. She tried to pass it over, it looked like to Katie Bennett, but it looked like that the Scots player knocked it out of position. Ooh!
Katie
just a little off there to the left. That was a really good attempt. I thought that was in from where I was standing.
Shot was on goal, but unluckily Haley Brown was in goal as her play has picked up so much, the quality of her play. In the second half, she let 4 go in the first. This time, she's came away with 5 saves so far. 5 minutes remain here at Harlan Rogers as we're about to see a corner kick take place. Jeanette Scholes lines up the kick. Here it comes.
And it is blocked off by the Scots here. That's going to go out of bounds. And it looks like we're going to have Katie Bennett running towards the ball. Probably going to kick in here as we get back to the action. Looks like it'll actually be a throw-in. My bad. It'll be in position of the Tritons here. Number 17, Izzy Rodriguez, goes for the ball, knocks it out of bounds. And it looks like we will have Carufer throwing in for the Tritons. You know, she's been a player I've really enjoyed watching as well.
Yeah, she's been excellent. Very tough player. We've seen her crash and burn a few times, but she's gotten right back up. Loves the game of soccer. She's played everywhere, forward, left mid, and now she's in it left back.
She's been everywhere. That's right. Back to the action. Number 10, Lauren Chetty moving the ball along. It is blocked off by the goalie.
Oh.
A very nice save there.
Gonna have some grass stains if you're Haley Brown, that's for sure.
That's all right. That's how you know you've been playing a good game.
That's right.
About 3 minutes 40 in the second half. Time dwindling down, but still a lot of ball to be played. Hopefully we could get another Triton score for a 5-1 lead. But as the time being right now is still 4-1. Thrown in from the Tritons to Rushton. Rushton going to kick it back over to number 3. Hernandez moving along.
Looking down the field now.
Passed over to Katie Bennett. Katie Bennett over to Scholes. Scholes making a really good effort to make it back over to number 15, Katie Bennett. Ooh, oh, man, it looked like Kayla York almost had the score there, but it was blocked off by Scott's goalie.
I'd like to emphasize what a great team chemistry that was. Finding each girl, especially between Katie Bennett alongside Jeanette Scholes. They bounced right off each other like they were playing ping pong. And then found a wide open Kayla York who got her shot blocked but was on target. Here comes a corner kick now. Ball's up.
And that's going to be knocked out of bounds by the Scots Community College. It looks like we have number... Regardless, we got a corner kick coming in here for the Tritons.
We're blocked off here in the bird's nest.
Yeah.
To make it clear.
Looks like Scholes doing a good effort to make the score there, but swarmed by a bunch of Scots players here. Katie Bennett, again, trying to avenge the ball there. She gets it back into possession for a short time. It looks like Scott is in possession now. Kick back over. Looks like our goalie will be there to save the ball and get us back into action.
Don't need to rush it here.
No.
Take your time, Jessica Ruffer. With it, a wide open field in front of her. She'll take her time to find an open teammate, and she will to Hoffer.
That will be back over to Hernandez, knocked over to Goffin, and then saved once more by the goalie for the Tritons. A very nice kick back into play here. Ultimately going to land back into the footing of Nadia Jafer. That's going to be back over to Kayla York. And that's going to be another save for Scott. I'm telling you what, their goalie over there is really efficient when it comes to save and score here. So,
yeah,
kudos on them.
Playing great. Lots of saves in the double digits for the second half.
35 seconds remain in this second and last half of the girls' game. We're looking over at Hunston here, or Rushton, excuse me.
Oh, top bins for Katie Bennett.
Oh, wow.
And a top hat. Wow. A hat trick. Wow. Goodness.
That's going to bring our score to 5-1. That was...
You didn't even see it go in.
I honestly missed it. Oh, my goodness. I feel bad. But nonetheless, Katie Bennett, what a great player. Doing a lot of services for the Tritons today.
And her second career match with the Iowa Central Tritons. Katie Bennett gets a hat trick on the day. Now that solidifies her as the player of the day.
That's right. We're going to get right back to the action. Looks like we got another dogfight between Chetty and another player here. That's going to do it for us right now. The end score being 5-1. What a great game. I mean, honestly, a lot of good freshmen stepping up and doing their job very proficiently. What do you think?
Well, what I think is the Iowa Central has a really, really good women's soccer team this year. That's for sure. 2-0, the very first game on the season, 5-1 now. And now we're going to be heading into the second week of play here. The Tritons, really good team. In the first half, of course, we broke it down already, but if you missed it, we had a goal being scored by Jeanette Scholes. Along with that, we had 2 goals in the first half by Katie Bennett and yet another one by Madison Rushton. To end off the second half, just a moment ago, Katie Bennett gets her 3rd goal of the day, bringing her to getting a hat trick. Along with that, we're going to have number 16 for Scott Community College, who had the goal here. We lost it in our notes. Audrey Whitaker, who had the goal for them, the only goal on the day, which was kind of helped because of the wind blowing in the direction of the goalpost. Personally, and I love the Tritons, but I do think that their first half was definitely stronger, and on Monday their second half was stronger. So it's a little bit of a flip-flop. In their second half, of course, they were going with the wind. I assumed that they were going to be better. I thought they were going to score just as many goals, but scoring 8 goals in a game, that's almost unheard of. That doesn't really happen unless the opponents are completely unmatched. 5-1 is going to be the score today between Iowa Central Community College. They're going to get a victory at home. They're going to go to 2-0 in the standings, and along with them, Scott Community College will go down 0-4 as they're going to take a little victory lap, as they're going to run over to the stands. I was very impressed with the Tritons today. I think Coach Miller is an excellent coach. We definitely found the right girl for the job coming into this one, and I mean, I've just been very, very impressed by them. What else do you have to say, Link?
I mean, you're exactly right. I'm so impressed by the coaching that we've had for our Tritons now, coming from a former player herself. I mean, I'm so excited to see what the rest of the season has to offer here. So we will be right back with the men's game coming up here shortly. But for the time being, we're going to take a little break here up at the Crow's Nest. We will be right back.
Welcome, Triton Nation, to your home broadcast of the Iowa Central men's soccer squad going up against Scott Community College for this matchup here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. Welcome in from Triton Nation. You are currently listening to Hank Ambrose here as we're going to do the play-by-play on the day for the Tritons. Tritons are going to take over. They're going to be starting on the south side of the field and working from right to left on your video screen, as Scott will be at the other end, working left to right, which is also north to south in cause of direction. Along with that, we got some pretty strong wins today. Not the strongest, but we've seen it play a factor into the women's game where the women won 5-1 against Scott Community College. We have a great young team for the women's team. And now for our sophomores, we're heading into this game 1-1, their third game of the season. We have a lot of sophomores, a lot of growing pains, some guys playing positions that are a little unfamiliar to, and some team leaders that are really good. Today, hopefully they can come back in and get a victory today, because Monday it didn't go so well for them against Hawkeye Community College. Hopefully this revs up the engine and sets the tone for the rest of the season, because we need a victory here today early on into the regular season to hopefully carry on over into the postseason. As Scott's going to start off with possession of the soccer ball. And your starting lineups for Scott Community College are as called. Number 1, Nav Bondel. 2, Esteban Vasquez. 3, Jordan Kent. 5, Caleb Smith. 8, Enrique Diaz, as we're underway here. 9, Devin Amador. 11, Kyle Gant. 12, Osvaldo Perez. 13, Austin Shepard. 14, Masahito Okuda. And 16, Lee Donnellan. That's going to strike the ball out of play here as we're going to see our first throw-in for Scott Community College as we're going to get set to go. Looks like the clock has yet to be started here. Some technical difficulties here on the field, but we're going to get ready to go here. And for your starting lineups for your Iowa Central Tritons, we have in at goal, number 0, Dylan Brooks. 2, Khan Yusel. 4, Agustin Menendez. 6, Bakari Mtende. 7, Kenneth Lopez. 8, Narvis Bent. 9, Kabaseli Masengo. 10, Tommy Palachi. 11, Q Yurga. 12, Jose Kalina. And at 17, Giovanni Kashan. As there goes the first touch of our goalkeeper, Dylan Brooks. He's going to work it out to our right back. That's Khan Yusel. Yusel going to try to look and find a man over to Yurga. Yurga now going to battle for the ball. It's going to be a really good battle for today between Yurga and number 5, Caleb Smith. Two really strong midfielders going to go at it today. I expect a lot of high-quality offense and defense from the pair. Trying to work it along the other way now. Over to Jose Kalina. The header now from Kenneth Lopez. Here comes the setup as we have a slow roller to Nav Bandal. See what this goalkeeper strategizes. We've yet to see any action from him, and he's going to punt it away as it's going to cross center field line and make its way all the way down to Kyle Gant. Kyle Gant going to try to put it in position for Caleb Smith. Smith going to lose it, going to have to cough it up to David Amador. Now we're going to look up Bakari Mtiende. Great header that time by number 3, Jordan Kent on Scott Community College side. The setup now, Jose Kalina going to play it back to Agustin Menendez. Menendez now going towards Kashan. Kashan to set it up for Kenneth Lopez. Lopez outside, working the perimeter. Wide open green grass ahead of him. Oh, out of play called. And that was great ball movement, great positioning, although we just barely went outside that time by Iowa Central. That was Masengo that walked the ball out of park. The setup now, Yusel. Send it all the way back to Menendez. Gonna play more central here. Looking for Mtende. Playing it down. Here's that ping pong effect. Great ball movement once again. Iowa Central's looking good so far. Uh-oh. Lose the ball. Yurga gonna have to battle for it. He's tossed it down. They're gonna call him free though. That was close to having a penalty shot early on here. We're 42 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here in the first half. And look at the speed that time by Caleb Smith. Oh, wow. He almost made his way to the ball before our goalkeeper Dylan Brooks could get there. Dylan Brooks, by the way, with a big-time boop in this situation to score a goal, and a goal scored. assisted by the goalkeeper. How often do you see that? Tommy Palachi with the first goal of the day for the Iowa Central Tritons. Tritons go up 1-0, courtesy of the team captain, Tommy Palachi. Wow. And I don't want to take away anything from the fact that Dylan Brooks set that up perfectly. Look at that iron boot, sent all the way down from one end to the field, sent it over the center line, carried even farther, perfectly into the right boot of Tommy Palachi to go ahead and get the Tritons on top early on here. And this is the first lead they've had since their very first game of the season. So it's good to see the Tritons strike first here at Harlan Rogers. 42 minutes remain here in the first half. So we're looking at Bondal trying to set it up now for Lee Donnellan. Donnellan sending it the other way. And, just went outside for Narvis Bent. I like the action Bent took. A little aggressive to keep the ball in play, but it just came up short. The throw-in now. Gonna go over the head of some Triton and Scott defenders. Let's see what the setup goes to. Kashan sending it down to Narvis Bent. Can't get there in time. There's Jose Colina. Goes back to Menendez. Menendez going back to goalkeeper. It worked out last time. Let's see what Brooks has in store for us. He'll wait, and he'll kick it way past the center field line. Tried to target the same guy, and honestly, I would have done it too. You're 1 for 1 so far with Tommy Palachi. Here we go now for the Tritons. 3-on-4 opportunity as Tritons are moving the ball quickly. Musango jammed in a corner. Corner kick. Luckily at the last second. I'm not for sure on the number there for Scott Community College. I believe it was Enrique Diaz, number 8. Yes. They kick the ball out of play. Here comes the corner kick now. It's Tommy Palachi. Going to take his time to set up a kick with his left foot. Up in the air. Header opportunity and a goal. Oh, no. Last second save that time by the Tritons. Way to go. Nav Bandal. Wow. Last second. Saved by Nav Bandal. I thought that was rolling into the back of the net, but he grabbed it with his one arm, snug it in. We're going to keep going here. The throw in now. Jordan Kent trying to move it north to south. He's going to try to aim for Caleb Smith. Smith's going to be batted out, and it looks like we're going to see a goal kick for the Iowa Central Tritons. Dylan Brooks. A high beam of a leg on him, but he's going to play it short to Menendez. Switching the field now to Kashan. Kashan now. Finding Mtiende. Set it up, big fella. Oh, no. He's going to lose it. So ball's going to go out of play. The throw in now. Con Yusel. Going to play it back. And you know what? Sometimes you got to play it backwards to go forward here. And that's exactly what they do here. Kenneth Lopez looking downfield. He has all the time in the world. Back to Kenneth Lopez. Lopez to look. Going central. Great ball movement now. Here comes the team captain, Tommy Palachi. Palachi to look with his left foot. Goes for goal. Oh, and another great save by Nav Bandal. Nav Bandal didn't even need to use his hands there. Just use his feet to bat it away. Here comes Masengo now. Kabasele Masengo working outside. Sending it to Narvis Bent, who sends it up. Oh, and over the net. Great defense that time by Scott Community College. .38 minutes and 35 seconds remain in the first half, and we're about to see yet another corner kick opportunity. It's going to come off the foot of Tommy Palachi. With the left foot. It's going to be a low roller now. Ooh, wow. Now that was kind of a trick play. I didn't see that one coming. Usually you bat it up into the air. That one rolled off the foot of Bakari Mtende to go out of play. And now we'll see a goal kick. Nav Bandal. Going to play it all the way out to Jordan Kent. Kent to take his time. No pressure so far. Going to send it down to Caleb Smith. Caleb Smith to lose it. Tritons in transition. Whoa. Tongue twister. Kenneth Lopez now. Playing it back to Menendez. Menendez goes more central. We got a man following. That's Esteban Velasquez. You got to look out for him. Luckily, they get around him. Double team is going to be applied here soon. Dylan Brooks, big time boot up into the air. Punted it up there. Yura trying to win it. No siree. It's going to come back down to Kenneth Lopez. Lopez now sends it over to Narvis Bent. No. Interception that time by Jordan Kent. Kent now. They're going to say he's on sides. Oh, goodness. Esteban Vasquez. I don't think that Vasquez thought that he was on sides because from where I'm standing, it looked like he stopped running, maybe just going into the wind, played a factor into his speed there. But to me, it looked a little offsides, but we're going to keep going and rolling along with the game. Exactly 37 minutes to go here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex as we're about to see the first corner kick. See what the Scott Men's Community College Soccer squad can do. Taking the corner will be David Amador. Amador lines up the kick, sends it high into the air. Wow. And I believe that was Lee Donnellan that got there in time for the header, but it got batted down, defended by the Tritons. Great defense now by Kenneth Lopez, getting the steal. Lopez, he's going to send it back now to Jose Kalina. Kalina, he's going to kick it off the back end of Caleb Smith. I love that. If you get jammed up in the corner, just kick the ball at an opponent, let it roll out of bounds, get the possession right back. Great, great awareness by the Iowa Central backfield. Kashan now trying to hit Yurga, but a little too strong. That ball was going with the wind, and I think that played a little bit of a factor. Now, these guys are going to have to get used to it later into the season. We are very early in the season, just the third game, actually, matter of fact. Hopefully the Tritons can go 2-1 in the standings here after today. Battle for the ball between Menendez now and Osvaldo Perez. So it's going to go out of play. Menendez couldn't get there in time, but he's in positioning to play some good defense. I like that. Jordan Kent now. So we're going to look for him to throw it in. Wow, great win that time by Kenneth Lopez, the little guy, making a big play. Jordan Kent analyzing the field. Playing it down to Enrique Diaz, who's going to lose it. The setup now. Oh, stabbing at the play. We can't see that. We saw that a few times with the girls. Uh-oh, going up high for the ball. Luckily, the goalie can use his hands. He had the advantage there. Going up against Kyle Gant. Otherwise, that could have been a surefire header. Goal being scored for Scott Community College, but we're going to keep rolling here. 35 minutes in. Yurga, how does he keep it in play? Who knows? He's going to kick it towards I believe he kicked it over towards Palachi. Didn't make contact with it. It was intercepted and batted out of play. Here comes Jose Kalina now. Throwing it in to Yurga. Batted away once again. Going back to Lopez. Lopez to go to Menendez. Menendez. Send it down to Yusel. Yusel gonna lose it. Here it comes in transition. 2-on-2 opportunity. Caleb Smith. Oh, great steal. That time by number 17, Giovanni Kashan. Wow. Here goes the setup now. Mtende. Gonna play it back to him. He's gonna look down. Kenneth Lopez. Giovanni Kashan. Kashan. Take your time with it. Not a lot of pressure being applied so far. Box drill. Way to go, Kenneth Lopez. Finding an opening seam. Playing it down now. Gonna send it back over to Yurga. Yurga. Gonna go with it. Yurga. Oh, keeping it in so far. And the line judge will call it out of play. Going back into the hands of Scott for a throw-in. Lee Donnellan to throw it in. It's going to go past Bakari. Bakari gets it back. He's going to look for it. Going to try to switch field. Here comes a steal. Uh-oh. Going to have to kick it out of play. Wow, great save that time by Jose Kalina. Kalina setting back up in position. Going to play it back to Augustine Menendez. Menendez plays it back to Jordan Brooks. Dylan Brooks, excuse me. Got him confused for the basketball player. Here we go now. Dylan Brooks in at goal for the Tritons. Made a few good saves already today and has shown off his killer leg. Here we go now. Yurga. The setup from Jose Kalina. Bakari Mtende using his shoulder. A late foul will be called, so a free kick opportunity will be there for Scott. They're going to move the majority of their men forward, leaving only one man behind. That's Lee Donnellan. And kicking it is going to be between Osvaldo Perez and Masahiro Okuda. Perez will take it. He's going for goal. Oh, and a great save that time by Brooks. Brooks, gonna slow roller. We got a wide open man. That's Narvis Bent. Bent, gonna play it over to Lopez. Lopez plays it back to go forward with it. Back to Lopez, back to Menendez. Menendez now switches the field. Triton's doing a great job at keeping these guys confused and on their toes. Scott looking discombobulated out there. Tritons cross the center field line. Use your speed, big fella. Cabaselli Masengo. Oh, did he get there in time? In time enough for Scott to kick it out of play. 31 minutes and 30 seconds remain in the first half. And the Tritons are on the attack. Here we go with Yurga. Yurga crosses it. Uh-oh, Palachi nearly won it against the goalkeeper, Nav Bandal. But Bandal will take it away. Those goalie gloves, so beneficial for him. He's going to kick it to the far side of the field. Once again, Scott working north to south here, working into the wind, against it, working against the wind. 31 minutes remain here. Tritons working right to left of your video screen is right there, going to try to get it to Brooks. Brooks, hammer it down. The setup now for Kyle Gant. Kyle Gant going to get it over to Devin Amador. Amador to lose it. Here we go now with Kenneth Lopez. Lopez send it over to Yurga. The setup now, Masengo. He's going to lose it. 30 minutes, 30 seconds remain here. And is that a steal? Oh. And that's okay. Great sportsmanship, though, between Tommy Palachi and Mr. Lee Donnellan as he helps him back up. Little bit of aggressive play. Each side's team captains. I love it. Get aggressive out there. Play some soccer, as it's a beautiful day to play soccer. High fly ball in baseball terms. Going to come down to the earth surface. Narvis Bent tried hitting Yurga. The wind will take it out of play. Here comes a substitution now. Subbing in will be Kyler Wallace for Enrique Diaz. Oh no. Enrique Diaz is actually going to be moving positions here, and Esteban Vasquez will be coming out. So we will see Kyler Wallace playing left mid, as Enrique Diaz will stay at the center mid, right mid, attacking position. The setup now. Great interception that time. Yusil kicks it over to Brooks, who bombs it into the air. Wow. Ball's up in the air. Comes back down to earth surface via Jordan Kent. Mtende goes the other way. Narvis Bent looking, goes left. He's going to find his way over to Yurga. Yurga in the penalty box, in position to score a goal. Oh, Tommy Palachi just goes over the net. We're back here. The goalie going the other end. She's working down. She's going to keep going now. Here we go in transition. So we're looking. Still going. Interception. Nearly. Uh-oh. It's going to get behind Lopez now. The setup now. Osvaldo Perez sets it up. Uh-oh. Here's an opportunity. Gets it out of there. Narvis Bent. Here it comes the other way. It's going to go down to Kenneth Lopez. Lopez now goes over to Yurga. Q Yurga. As it'll go out of play. Let's see if they go corner kick or a throw-in. Getting ready for some action here as we come back into it. 27 minutes and 15 seconds remain here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. If you just tuned in, you're listening to Hank Ambrose for Triton Nation. As Tritons are going to line up for a free kick opportunity with Kenneth Lopez alongside Jose Colina. They are winning this soccer match so far as we're just underway. 27 minutes left in the first half. 1-0 is the score of your soccer match, and here we go for a goal. Oh, and it just gets away from him. Masengo. Augustine Menendez out of position. He's playing defensive back for us. Trying to steal back to get the Tritons from rolling. Here we go. Palachi. Oh, no. Pass is taken away, but the Tritons find a way to get it back. Kenneth Lopez now gets it over to Bent. Narvis Bent. Gonna play it back to M10 Lopez. Who's that now? Yusel. Playing back out of his right back position. Ultra attacking mode. "26 minutes to go here. We're just underway. The throw-in now. Looking for Masengo. He'll lose it. It's going to go back to Kenneth Lopez, the team captain, in the backfield for the Iowa Central Tritons. Going to find the other end now to Narvis Bent. It's going to go the other way to Yurga. Yurga, ooh! Shot to the face against the Scott Community College player. That was Enrique Diaz. Hope he's okay. Yurga took a shot to the goal as Enrique Diaz got him right in the face. I hope he's okay. That can lead to, either a bloody nose or something. He's holding his shirt up towards his face. Might have busted open a little bit. Kenneth Lopez is going to talk now with the head official. Looks like he was wearing illegal jewelry of some sort, a necklace. Officials talking it over between Menendez and Kenneth Lopez. I believe they're just waiting for the substitution. Yeah, Enrique Diaz is going to go out. Caleb Smith will come back on. He's had one shot on goal so far today, and another shot that went far right of the goalpost. Triton Nation, if you're joining us, score is 1-0. 25 minutes and 15 seconds remain here. You're currently listening to Hank Ambrose. We've got Link Clay joining the broadcast with this. Link, what do you take away from the game so far, buddy?
Oh, man, it's been crazy so far, I'm enjoying it.
Now, you were just on camera working for us, and the ball's been moving a whole lot, and the Tritons have had really good ball movement. Here's an example of that right here. Is Narvis Bent going to come down? Ooh, dangerous situation. Almost got him in the face once again.
Some
Dangerous
high
can be
kicks going on.
Absolutely. Dangerous sport here. Here we go now with Kenneth Lopez. Send it right over to Jose Colina. And back to Yurga. Yurga gonna lose it. See if he can get in front of it. No. Donalyn, though, gonna send it in. Great header that time by Shepard. Trying to work his way back is Colina. He'll lose it. It's gonna bounce way back there. Augustine Menendez wearing the captain patch as well. It's gonna make its way back to Dylan Brooks. Brooks now going outside with it. Finds Con Yusel. Yusel. Mtende now with it. Back to Yusel. Yusel. Wow. Great pass that time. Look at how he just switches field like that in one kick. What a powerful, strong, accurate leg. Big deal in soccer. As we're just under 24 minutes here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. Great header that time by Yusel to stop the transition from fully completing possibly a goal. It's going to go the other way now. To Narvis Bent, but Bent not fast enough there. As it looks like Jose Kalina and Augustine Menendez were not too happy that time by Narvis Bent. They thought he could throw a little bit more effort that way to try to track down the ball. But it was close, so regardless, we got to keep playing soccer here, folks. Throw in, targeted for Esteban Vasquez. Gonna lose it. It'll go back into the feet of Kyle Gant. Gant now works with it, gonna poke it away, but into the feet of a Triton. That's Kashan. Here we go with Canet Lopez now. Lopez working with it, looking to switch fields. Here we go, Masengo. Oh!
Just out of bounds.
Yeah. He about got there in time. He's got speed, so we can do it. If it wasn't for the size of the field, you know, if we're about 30 yards deeper than this, you know, Masengo, I bet he would have had it.
Yes.
Here we go now with their goalkeeper, Nav Bandal, who's already made some great saves today. And look at the leg on him. He's going to work it all the way down to Caleb Smith. Caleb Smith can't field it down, although, so it'll go back to Yusel. He'll throw it in. It's going to be a battle for the ball. A throw in now. Kyle Gant working his way downfield, aiming for Caleb Smith. No connection there. So a throw in back to the Tritons. The defenders of this Triton core squad playing so well together. They have really good communication, really good team chemistry, and what a play that time by Narvis Bent. The way he stopped the action of the play and kept going. Here's Yurga now. Oh, off the behind now of number 16, Lee Donnellan. He saved possibly yet another goal that the Tritons would have scored. 21 minutes and 40 seconds remain here as we will see a substitution. That's Colby Godbolt being subbed in. And I missed the player subbing out. Once I figure it out, I'll be sure to report it back to you. We're going to go back now. Giovanni Kashan. Kashan will look. He's going to turn location of the ball. Here goes Godbolt. Godbolt just checked into this soccer match. Going to cross it in. Assist attempt for Tommy Palachi. Tommy Palachi. Oh, Yurga now. Let's go. Yurga, the man who scored on Monday, scores on Wednesday. And the Tritons go up 2-0 against Scott Community College with 21 minutes and a second remaining here in the first half. Wow.
And every second counts, as we can clearly see what these guys are playing today.
I just got to meet with Q Yurga. Karuba Yurga is how we were announcing his name in the Monday broadcast. So I got to meet with him. I got to congratulate him on the goal he scored on Monday. The Tritons didn't win on Monday, but it was still a great piece of work that he put into that affair right there, and he scores yet again. I just found out he prefers Q. So we're going to keep rolling with that. Q Urable with an opportunity. Godbolt. Oh, does it get around him? No. Godbolt almost gets a goal of his own. He's only been checked in for about 2 minutes. That's Colby Godbolt. Way to make the best out of nothing. Just checked into a soccer match, and you already got assist. Going the other way now. Bakari Mtende. Sending it to Q Urable. Gonna switch field. Kashan taking his time. Yasil. Colina now. Oh, wow. Uses his strength to bat number 2, Esteban Vasquez, to the ground. As he's okay, gets up to his own willpower. Looking at Yasil. No pressure's being applied here. Zone defense. Head coach for Scott Community College, Javier Sanchez, was not too happy with that. So we're just under 20 minutes here. 19 and a half minutes remaining officially in the first half, and we see yet another substitution. And you know what? We saw it with Scott for their women's team, and for their men's team, they don't have a lot of players on the bench right now. Only 2 available substitutions, and I'm sure they're going to be burnt dry to the end of this broadcast, to the end of this soccer match. Nevertheless, check back into the soccer match is Jordan Kent, along with Enrique Diaz. Diaz is who took the shot to the face earlier. I'm happy he's okay. Had a bloody nose, I believe, from Yura. Yura, by the way, is with the ball. Wow, what an acrobatic move. Kenneth Lopez even playing back behind. Lopez sticking with it. Oh, great steal. What an interception by Mtende. He's going to play it into Masengo now. Masengo, oh no. Masengo's going to be due soon. That's twice where Masengo was played a perfect pass, but just last moment it rolls out of play. So yet another goal kick for Nav Bandal. 18.5 minutes remain in half number 1. If you just tuned into the broadcast, you're listening to Hank Ambrose, alongside with co-commentator and friend Link Clay.
Hello, friends.
Link, tell you what, the Tritons, ever since you started to hop on the broadcast, they've been cooking. So I don't know what charm or spell you put on here, but thank you for joining me today.
Well, it's
providing
my
color
pleasure.
for us.
I enjoy being on here.
Yura now. Trying to play it down to Tommy Palachi. Nav Bandal now. The punt. Up into the air. Great header that time. Lots of air time. Oh, jeez.
Just kept in play there.
Colby Godbolt almost fell to his feet. He went all the way back. We're looking at Bandal now. The setup for Donnellan. It's going to go the other way. Masengo trying to get there in time. Not going to be quick enough. Oh. Head official is going to call the placement of the ball to be back. Free kick opportunity for Scott. Taking it is Austin Shepard. Haven't seen a lot of action from him yet. Let's see what he can do.
Just under 17 minutes, folks. If you're just joining in, your Tritons are leading 2-0 against Scott Community College.
Q Yurga had the second goal, along with Tommy Palachi, who had goal number 1 on the day. Speaking of Palachi, here he is, sending it over to Lopez, keeping with it. Kenneth Lopez looking, gonna find a man on the perimeter. That's Yusel. Yusel now, setting it up for Yurga. Yurga, ooh, faked me out. Crosses it in, oh! Great block that time by the goalkeeper, Nav Bandal. Oh! Aggressive play that time. Grabbed the got some shoving. Let's go, guys. Go back to soccer. Clean up the scrappy stuff.
That's right.
We don't want to be seeing that in the contest today.
Yes.
Free kick opportunity, number 2 for Austin Shepard. Wow.
Very nice kick.
Going back deep into the woods. It's going to Yurga now. Yurga gonna look. 3-on-4 opportunity for the Tritons. Looking at Masengo now. Masengo playing back and forward. Yurga. Wow, Yurga works around a man. Put him on a spin cycle. Yurga to goal. Finds Palachi. And yet another goal is scored for the Iowa Central Tritons. Once again, it's off the left foot of Tommy Palachi, courtesy of the assist from Q Yurga. Way to go, guys. At exactly 15 minutes and 28 seconds remaining in the first half, and they're picking right up right after the girls left off today, Link.
It's pretty amazing, you know. These guys come in really determined, just like the girls' team. I think it's going to be another absolute blowout again.
Well, I'll tell you what, one day of rest and you guys are playing like this. Excellent play for the Iowa Central Tritons. I'm very impressed with both the men's and women's teams today.
Maybe we should have another game Friday.
That's right. Of course, we got a whole lot of soccer left and maybe another goal. Oh, so close that time, but Bondel got there just in time to save it from yet another goal being scored from the Tritons. That was Mtende that put him and used his speed. But like I said, we got a whole lot of soccer left. 15 minutes and a second half to play here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. So don't go anywhere, folks. Stay on Triton Nation on YouTube. Got a lot of time left to play here. Here comes the throw-in now. Masengo looking, gonna play it back. He's gonna find Giovanni Kashan. Kashan plays it to Menendez, who's gonna let it sit. Ooh. Looked like he wanted to get his goalkeeper involved, and he said, nah, you have it, nah. Not for me, not yet. I'm cool with just chilling back here. Another guy cool with chilling back there, Kashan. He's cool and calm under pressure. He's going to look around, finds Jose Kalina. Kalina with the left foot. Uh-oh, going to lose it now. Kalina going to have to play it back. Just get it out of there. Brooks now with it. Pressure's going to be applied. Double team. Floating it up for Canet Lopez. Lopez, great touch of the ball. He's going to stick with it. Dance around a defender. Keep going now. Oh, wow. What a turn of events. Completely turned around. I thought that a steal was about to be made and possibly the first goal for Scott today. Luckily, Brooks, he's got some swiftness to him. You know, some goalies are a little heavy on their feet and they just kind of stand around, but Brooks, he's got the toe touches, man. He's been moving around very light on the feet. Free kick opportunity now. Lopez, gonna go with it. Gonna play it back to Menendez. Menendez with 13.5 minutes remaining in the first half. Canet Lopez. Gonna go the other way with Mtende. Mtende to look. Send it over to Canet Lopez. Lopez looking around, analyzing the field. Uh-oh, gonna lose it himself, tripping over himself. You know, when you're that good at spinning and juking and dipping and diving, you're gonna trip yourself up as well a few times, Link.
That's right.
And that's just what happened right there with Canet Lopez.
And Lopez, again, has been doing such a good job with keeping the ball on the Triton side and maneuvering around all the Scott Community College players. So
yeah,
props to him, really. He's doing a fantastic job today.
Very shifty guy, does a great job at staying low to the ground. 12.5 minutes remaining here at Harlan Rogers. Playing it back to Kashan. Sending it up back to Lopez. Lopez, the workhorse of this Triton offense. Here comes the setup now from Mubake, and a goal is scored from the bench player. Benny Mubake just checked into the soccer match not only 2 minutes ago, and he scored his first Iowa Central goal as a Triton. The freshman getting it done. Benny and the Jets.
That's right.
That's right, 4-0. 12 minutes and 21 seconds remain here in the first half, and the Tritons are steamrolling Scott Community College. And you know what? Of course, I'm super stoked for Benny to score that last goal there, but I got to give props to Canet Lopez. He got the interception. He had the fancy footwork, worked his way down, moved about 5 to 10 feet, and got himself the assist to line up perfect for Benny Mubake.
And Lopez, as we said, you know, the workhorse of the team. And sometimes, you know, being that kind of a person and assisting your players to get the goals is the best thing possible to happen during a game. So,
yeah, it's kind of a similar comparison. He's not going to really show up on the stat sheet, but he's going to be the workhorse guy, kind of like how crucial an offensive line is in American football.
Exactly.
Wow. Look at the moves that time by the big man. Benny Mubake in position to score once again. Oh, he tripped himself up now. He's a tall guy. He's a few heads taller than just about everyone else on the soccer field. Uh-oh. Oh, off the post. Free kick, though, going to go for Scott Community College. If you just joined us, Triton Nation, you're listening to Hank Ambrose, joined alongside with Link Clay.
Hello.
11.5 minutes remain here. Triton's up 4-0.
It's been a great game so far. You know, lots of scoring be done in just a matter of minutes within each other. So let's hope we keep this up, folks.
Going the other way now. Jordan Kent, who has been a star player today for Scott. Oh, what a great interception now from Yasil. Yasil working his way forward, coming out of his right back position. 4-on-2 opportunity. Great positioning now. Benny wins it back for the Tritons. He's going to go to goal. Wow.
Oh, man.
I tell you
I
what.
think that's in the next county, Hank.
Yeah. Sent way over there. Oh, my goodness. I'll go into Bulldogs, get a free souvenir, Link.
That's right. I saw the smoke coming off of it. But that's what we like to see. We like to see a lot of hard work and dedication coming off out here. Effort's very important.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a flame trail
Yeah.
in the cornfields. Tell you what, just like Back to the Future. We're looking at Jose Colina now. Going back and forth between him and Menendez, setting it up to his goalkeeper. It's a little risky, but I like it. Oh, man, get it back. Oh, it tears at my heartstrings, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
When the goalkeeper uses his feet work and it gets into the feet of one of the offensive playmakers on Scott's side, my heart sinks. I tense up. The hairs on my back stand up. Oh, man.
Oh, but watch this, Hank.
Here goes Godbolt. Godbolt goes for goal. Corner kick would be my call. Oh, no. They're going to let it be a goal kick. All right. Now Bandal. Here he comes with it. 9.5 minutes remaining here. And half number 1. Get going high up in the air. Jose Colina. That's how you use your head. Literally.
Yeah, quite.
Kick it out of play. Reset the defense and be ready to go to stop Scott scoring. Jordan Kent to throw it in. Analyzing the field, gonna play it down. Just some more great defense by Kenneth Lopez, the playmaker. What hasn't he done today, Link?
Oh, man. He is the one, like you said, probably not going to get that many stats, but he is going to be the one that is mentioned for the stats today.
Yes, sir. It's like an Army Swiss knife.
That's right.
Jack of all trades. Coming down the other end now is Kyler Wallace. Doesn't have the speed to get there, so here comes a throw-in. Menendez. Back and forth ping-pong action between Giovanni and Menendez. Switching the field now. Menendez, wow, made a man jump. These are just simple mind games that these Iowa Central Tritons are going against Scott College. They're winning physically and mentally. That's why they're up 4-0. Scott looks like they're lost out there. Picking apart Scott's soccer squads between the men's and women's side. Love to see it as a Triton fan. Bakari Mtende now. Working against the other way. Kabaseli Masengo. Masengo. Working, keeping it to himself. He's going to share the rock. Over to Godbolt. With his left foot. Crosses it up. Oh! That got some nice hang time. Slow anticipation. But it just went over the net. And what a goal that would have been if it just floated right in there. Oh, my goodness.
Up in the air long enough to get a few pictures.
Oh, yeah. 30 feet in the air. Wow. 7 minutes, 15 seconds remain here, folks. Once again, you're listening to Hank Ambrose and Link Clay up here in the Crow's Nest. Great call that time by the head official. I like that one. Give it back to the Tritons. Iowa Central to play it back behind Kashan. Kashan. Set it up to Mtende. Down to Benny. Benny Mabake. Going to the corner. Does he have the speed? No. Rolls into the shade. Under the tree. 6.5 minutes remain. Team captain, Lee Donnellan. Playing it to Devin Amador. Amador to lose it. Augustine Menendez. Oh. Jose Colina now. Colina to look. Finds Colby Godbolt. Oh, jeez. I hope he's okay. He landed hard on the side of his face. Grabbed him at his ear, but I think he's okay. Got up right away. Triton tough. We've seen it between the women's and men's games so far today. And throughout the season. Wow. What a great step back that time from Menendez. Menendez to look. Now he's going to find Giovanni Kashan. Open green in front of him. He's going to take a shot at Godbolt. Ooh. Looks like it was a miscommunication that time by the Tritons. That's bound to happen every now and then. Hopefully the Tritons correct their mistakes, and Kenneth Lopez keeps rolling with it as he's going to be shoved to the ground out of frustration. Esteban Vasquez He's going to have to cough up the ball. Back to the Tritons. Here goes Tommy Palachi. The free kick, kicking it over to Masengo. Masengo now finds it back to Yusel. Yusel, oh, going to have to battle for it. Slide at it. I think he wanted the call. Not going to get it. Tritons to resume the play. Canet Lopez for goal. Oh, wow. Coach Twait's going to get up and hand over the ball to the opponent's goalkeeper, Bandal. Way to go, Coach.
As we know, the MVP of the Triton team today, Coach Twait, let us now get the ball back in play.
Oh, gotta love him.
Yes.
Triton legend.
Yes, sir.
Here we go now with Nav Bandal. Bandal, as the wind is picking up here today. Wind is blowing south to north here at Harlan Rogers. Tritons are going with the wind, so maybe that's going to be a big-time factor leading to a possible comeback for Scott Community College. Can't ever sell them short, especially with not even 50% of the soccer match being over with. Wow. Great positioning now. Switching the field. Switching sides. Finds it into the feet of Kalina. Kalina working forward. Here comes pressure. Pickpocket steal. Going to have to get it off quickly. That's exactly what he does. Canet Lopez now. Finds Benny. Benny back to Canet Lopez. And Canet Lopez goes for goal. His third goal of the day. We got 2 Tritons on the day getting a hat trick. 5-0 is your score with 3 minutes and 54 seconds to go. Canet Lopez.
I think we could
the superstar.
I think we could easily get 10 or more if we keep going at this rate.
Correction. We've been talking about Canet Lopez. That's Tommy Palachi, actually, that had the hat trick. My apologies there. Both guys have the captain band on. Tommy Palachi has had 3 goals on the day so far, so that is correct. I just got confused between him and Canet Lopez, so I'd like to correct myself there. My apologies.
We're all really just excited.
Exactly.
Sometimes we overthink a little, and that's all right.
Canet Lopez to get the other assist. That's what I was trying to announce. But regardless, let's get back to the action here at Harlan Rogers. 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock in the first half. There's Canet Lopez, wearing the lucky number 7. Finds it down to Benny. Benny Mabake. Mabake to Lopez. It's going to be sent away now. Esteban Vasquez. Vasquez to hit it up. As it goes the other way. Jose Kalina now. Kalina to look, to analyze the field. Uh-oh, the setup for Godbolt. Godbolt, use your speed, man. Keep going, keep rolling. Let's see what he can do with it. Gonna set it up now for Palachi. It's gonna go the other end, over end. Hit Okuda. Okuda, gonna lose it. Ball's gonna stay up in the air. Comes back to Earth surface now. Canet Lopez, he'll look. Lopez, oh, wow. Tried hitting Bakari. Just got out of reach of him. He was in perfect positioning, although. Wasn't offsides. If he just had a little bit more quickness, the ball was a little more behind, we would have seen possibly goal number 6. Benny Mubake gonna lose it. Canet Lopez going against Kyle Gant. Let's see who wins it. Oh, with a little help from Khan Yasil. He'll get it back. Kenny Goldbolt, he's out of stamina, it looks like. He's gonna let it roll out of bounds. Here comes a throw-in now. Augustin Menendez. Menendez to play it over. Looking for Lopez. Lopez to Mtende. Going the other way. Taking your time. Your Triton time. Here it comes. Yusel to save it. Let's see if you can. Oh, goodness. You know, the flag is supposed to be there so we can be able to tell if it would be a corner goal or a throw-in, but I think if the flag wasn't there, he would have been able to extend his foot. Otherwise, it was kind of used as a barrier that time. Colby Godbolt in positioning to score. Let's see if he can win it against Kent. Kent plays it smart and throws it out. We only have 1 minute and 10 seconds to go here in the first half, and the line judge, they're going to say that it was a Triton that touched it last. just to give Scott Community College a little bit of an advantage here. Lee Donnellan gonna give it to Kent to throw it in, and he will. Perez sails over his head. 40 seconds remain. Here comes another throw-in for Scott. Jordan Kent to look, throws it. Yassel gets it back for the Tritons. In the feet of Bakari now. Kabasele Masengo recently checked into the soccer match, but with 15 seconds left here, might be in towards, oh wow, Brooks comes out of nowhere to stop that one. But I think they're gonna let it roll into the second half. Let's see the official call here. Oh geez, I hope he's okay. So we got a man down on the field, and I believe that is Masahiro Okuda. That will be the end of the first half. I'll keep you updated. It looks like they got Masahiro to his feet. Let's see what they do. And he is walking on his own willpower, and it looks like he's gonna be okay. Well, I'll tell you what, do a little bit of a halftime analysis here. 5-0, Iowa Central Tritons are on top, and they're looking really, really good here, Link. And I tell you what, really what it is they just came into this one thinking about Monday's loss and, you know, thinking about their effort and their sportsmanship there. And I think they use that as momentum and motivation heading this one, because if you were around for Monday's soccer match, it wasn't very impressive. It wasn't very adult-like. They come into this one very cool, calm under pressure, 5-0 here. And they're looking really good. Already we have a hat trick for the Iowa Central Tritons for Tommy Palachi, along with the other goals being scored today. Benny Mubake, who was subbed into the first half, scored only 2 minutes into being checked into this soccer match. Along with him, we also saw Q Yurga, who scored on Monday, got another score today. And besides that, honestly, same deal with the women's soccer match. The Tritons have been dominant on every end of the field. Other than that, the defenders have been very on key. They've been communicative. Very, very good to see them. And you know what? I'm super excited to see what's yet to come for this men's and women's soccer squad. Along with that, just to break it down for the other side, Scott Community College, I mean, I think you could agree, not looking like they know each other out there.
Yeah.
I think these guys need to go on some dates. They need to go out to lunch a few times to get to know each other. I haven't seen more than 5 times where they've connected on a pass. And you know what? If you can't do that, it's going to be really hard for you to win a soccer match. Now, you will be going into the wind for the second half. It will be with you, to paraphrase for that. So maybe that will go for your advantage if you're Scott Community College. Otherwise, do you have anything else to say, Link?
Really, no. You hit all the really important subjects there, Hank. I hope we can just continue to keep the lead here, and it's just been a great game. I'm excited to see what happens in the second half. Exactly.
Once again, some dominance. 5-0 is the score of your soccer match so far, as we still have some halftime show to go here. And I'd like to announce once again, earlier in this broadcast, like I said, a hat trick already for the boys is Tommy Palachi, but someone who had a hat trick in game number 1 for the women's soccer team is Katie Bennett, who's going to be joining me for the halftime show right here. Katie, how you doing?
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. I just want to speak about your dominance. It was only your second game ever as a Triton. Score your first goal today, but screw that. You got 3. How about that?
Yeah.
You got to be excited about that, and they were great, too. They were beauties. I mean, I tell you what, I needed a pair of binoculars on your last goal because you shot it way back between the center field line and the goalkeeper's box because, wow, what a great kick that time. I just want to know about what is your mental preparation coming into the game. You weren't starting, but you were subbed in. Both games you've been dominant for the Iowa Central Tritons. As a freshman, you got to be very proud of yourself. As a Triton fan, I'm very proud of you. As your team, got to be very proud of you. I just want to know what's going through your head mentally after today.
Yeah, I'm just so excited. First of all, I'm so happy that we got the win as a team. Obviously, that's the most important thing, so that we can move on to Saturday's game and continue the good form that we've had so far. Um, but yeah, before the game, I'm just so excited. I just want to play. I've come here to play. I'm so excited just to any time that I'm getting on the ball. Obviously, I've not been starting yet, but obviously I've had an issue with my hip, which is getting better. So hopefully I can get a start pretty soon. But yeah, I'm just happy that we could, like I said, get the win and we can push on and just keep this good form.
Well, absolutely, and you know what? I just got to say, I don't think anyone on the broadcast that's been watching could tell there's a problem with your hip. I'll tell you that much. You've been dominant. Very, very impressive for this young lady. We're going to love to keep having you throughout your career as an Iowa Central Triton. I want to talk a little bit about the new head coach in her inaugural season, Riley Miller, who's been an assistant coach for the Iowa Central Tritons. Along with that, she also used to play back in her college days, and you know what? I've had a communication with her. She seems very, very great. Fun, loving coach. I heard you guys, pregame even, just giving her the breakdown. I want to know what it's like to have her as a head coach.
Yeah, she's really good. She's really obviously helped us coming in this year. We've got a lot of freshmen, so with her experience, it's sort of excelled all of us to push on, and she works us hard. I'm not going to lie. We've done a lot of running, but it's all worth it. She knows what's best for the team. She's got such great knowledge of obviously Iowa Central as a whole, and then like the team and soccer over here. So yeah, it's just been great obviously learning from her and gaining the experience, and then obviously pushing on in the ways that she wants us to.
Well, you talk about getting ran down and a lot of preparation, a lot of running. You guys played Monday, so you had only one day in between Monday and Wednesday, and I touched a little bit on this when I had Riley Miller in a little interview between me and her, but I want to know from you as a player, what was Tuesday like after playing on Monday?
Tuesday was tough. It was tough. I think our athletic trainer was sick of the sight of us all. We was all just getting the ice. Just getting the ice in, just getting the rest in, just sort of trying to relax. We came out on the field, did a practice, just really chilled out, just walkthroughs ready for this game. But as soon as Monday was over, we just had to switch our focus because of obviously how close the games are. But we're lucky that we've got a few days rest before Saturday's game, which will benefit us surely.
Absolutely. 3 games in a week. That's big time, but you're a college kid now. Are you liking college so far?
Yeah, it's good. It's a strange adjustment, obviously, to home in England, but yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm loving my time here.
Well, excellent. And if you're just joining us in on the broadcast, currently you're listening to Hank Ambrose and Katie Bennett, the star upcoming freshman soccer player for the women's Triton team. And I tell you what, you've been watching this game, right, a little bit. You got to be proud of your boys, right? 5-0 early on in the first half. We're about to head into the second half in about 4 minutes now. And got any predictions heading into the second half?
Probably more goals. They look so solid. We've been and watched them a few times now, obviously, to come out and support the boys. It's great. But yeah, I'd say a few more goals for them. Solid in defence. Scott really haven't looked to sort of, attack us as much. But yeah, just finish up, get the win, and then like I said, they go again on Saturday too, and it'll be all good. Hopefully.
Wow.
More goals.
Well, great words of advice. Once again, my guest for this halftime report has been Katie Bennett. Katie, thank you for joining us on the halftime show. We're going to hear from you a lot more throughout the season in practice and in interviews. Once again, great job today from you, and great team effort to get the victory. 2-0, baby.
Yeah,
let's keep it rolling.
Yeah, let's go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, I've been Hank Ambrose. We're going to take a short break up here into the booth, and we'll be right back to the start of the second half of the Iowa Central men's soccer team going up against Scott Community College. 5-0. Let's see where it leads us. And we're ready for some more Iowa Central men's action here. So we're watching the boys Triton soccer squad take on Scott Community College. They're up 5-0 as we just got underway to the second half. We got 45 minutes half here, folks, and I want to do a quick little breakdown here before I pass the play-by-play over to my pal Link. You've been listening to Hank Ambrose currently on the play-by-play, but just a little bit of feedback so far, a recap of the 5 goals so far. We got a hat trick so far from Tommy Palachi. He's been putting in work today. He also has an assist on the day, as well as Yura. He's got a goal and assist as well on the day. And the other goal scorer was a substitution player, Benny Mubake, who was in the soccer match for not even 2 minutes before he put his foot down into the back of the ball and put it through the back of the net. I tell you what, you know, the net, it has some holes and squares in it, but I think there's an extra large one because of Benny getting out there. So I'll tell you what, you've been listening to Hank Ambrose on the play-by-play. I'm going to stick with you on the commentary as well, but I'm going to leave the play-by-play duties over to my broadcast partner, Link Clay.
How's it going, everybody? Hank Ambrose, anybody? Or everybody, excuse me.
Anybody.
Anybody.
Anybody and everybody.
Is this thing on? All right. All right, back to the action here. We're going to have a goalie throw-in to get us started with some stuff here. And that's going to go right over to number 17 for your Tritons, and that is Gavani Kachan.
Kashan now with it.
That's going to be knocked over to number 13, Henry O'Leary, or Hank, excuse me.
Well, I do the same thing. My real name is Henry. His name's Henry, but he goes by Hank. I go by Hank. How do you do?
My name's also Hank, but I go by, like, I'm kidding. All right, back to the action here. Kicking in. And that's going to go right over to Triton number 19 here. That is, of course, Colby Godbolt. Got a little bit of a cluster going on here. An attempt kick is saved by the goalie.
That was Kenneth Lopez on that last strike, and he's got to get on the stat sheet.
Oh.
He's got 1 assist so far today, but I tell you what, he's been so active that I've confused him a little bit here with Tommy Palachi. One of the most excited times I've gotten.
Yeah.
I called him Palachi, and I was wrong there, but regardless.
No, Lopez is for sure probably the best player on the team as of right now. Doing a lot. If his name isn't on the stats, like I said earlier, his name will be brought up in the stats for helping out. So, very good work on his part. If you're just joining, it is 5-0, 42 minutes, 8 seconds here with your Tritons leading. A very nice halftime break show here. We talked with Kate Bennett from the women's team for the soccer team here, and that was very nice. She was a fun time. Back to the action now. We are looking at number 13, Hank O'Leary here, passed over to number 16, Ayala Hassan, over to 17, and then back over to number 4, Augusta Menendez. That is over to 11, Karubal Yurga, and is currently being thrown back into the action here. Is there anything you really want to see happen this half, Hank, for the Tritons or for Scott?
Well, this is kind of a no-brainer answer, but more goals for the Tritons.
Yes.
I want to see, actually, though, to give you a real answer, I want to see some more of our bench players, our substitution players get involved. We've seen Benny get involved already. Oh, here comes an opportunity for one of them.
Whoa!
Oh! Was he listening to me? That was Hank.
I think.
Oh, my goodness. Hank O'Leary.
You Henrys must have some sort of telepathic connection going on there.
That was so weird. I just said I wanted the sub players to score some goals. Hank O'Leary comes in and gets it done for the Tritons. 6-0 now,
wow,
with 41 minutes remaining in the second half. What in the world? That was weird. I think I need to get my palms read or something after that one. I feel almost magical or mischievous.
Keep the end result in. Don't spoil the ending for us here, Hank. So, I think it's going to be good, but I'm no psychic here. So back to the action. We are out of bounds. We're going to be having Scott Community College throw back in for the game here, getting us underway. 6-0 is the score with 40 minutes, 30 seconds remaining We're already starting to tick down the minutes here, and we're having fun. Ooh, and a nice little jab going on there.
Here goes Benny Mubake now.
Benny, another really important player we've seen here, got a goal for us the first half there. Put a hole right through the net, actually. And he was a very good guy, so we like having him around. Now, number 7 for the Tritons, Canet Lopez moving the ball around there. Looks like we had a little bit of a smash there.
Yeah, scuffle.
Got a few people on the ground there, but they all get up to their own will, so we appreciate seeing that. They kick it back over to the goalie, who's going to get us right back into the work here with a kick coming up. Over to number 11 for our Tritons here. Karubal Yura trying to help move the ball, move back towards the Triton side here. See what happens. We're kicking over to the side here, going back over number 13 again. Hank O'Leary, the man who just scored less than a few minutes ago, as predicted by Hank here in the Crow's Nest, helping out trying to move the ball around. And we're going to be kicked back into action with the goalie momentarily. 39 minutes left in the second half here. We are ticking away, as they say. We got some movement going on out here on the field, trying to get partnered up with your opposing team. That's going to be off the head of number 19, Colby Godbolt. And just kind of moving around here. Yurga with the ball, trying to psych each other out with the other team. Moving around. Thrown back in by the Tritons. Kicked all the way over.
Wow.
An attempt there just a little out. And is caught and saved by the goalie for SEC. Number 14 for us, Benny, is moving along kind of by the goal box here. Trying to keep it from coming back into the score area. Let's see. Saved again by the goalie, going to be kicked out and moved along for SEC. Once again in the goals box. We got a cannon of a leg, but it will be out. And blocked off there by some fans, so thankfully they didn't get hit. Over to number 17 now. Giovanni Kachan over there moving the ball. Kick back over. It will be in the Triton's possession. Over to Lopez. Back over to Kachan. And now we're looking at 37 minutes, 22 seconds on the clock. A good attempt for a kick there, but it is knocked out of bounds. We're going to have Lopez for our corner kick here. Let's see how we fare here. There goes the kick. Over in. Kind of misses everybody to an extent there, but number 13, Hank O'Leary, kicks it back in, and it is a little out. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, man.
Wow.
The goalie just going crazy over there, deflecting everything.
What a save. Nav Bandal, once again. And you know what? Those 6 goals going against him are not his fault. I'd like to make that clear. He's made a lot of very good plays on the day so far as he boots it really hard into our goalkeeper, Brooks. Well, yeah, Bandal looking like he was in the Matrix.
For sure,
Just a possession ago.
Move over, Keanu. All right, back to the action here. Ooh, it was intercepted by the SEC here. Moved back to the Triton's possession. And it looks like number 14 is going to use his head to block it off there. That would have been Benny Mukbay there. Very good guy. But it is in the result in the goalie's position here. We're all having fun. All right. Now back in Scott Community College's position here. Moving around to number 17. Excuse me. Back into the Tritons position there. 22, David Nugbear. It is in the goalie's possession. What I've really been noticing a lot during this Triton game here is how well aware we are of our situations and what's going on. So we really do enjoy that. We have a good team. What say you, Hank?
I got the sneezels in me. Here we go now. 6-0. 35 minutes remaining in the second half, and the Tritons keep running away with the score. Oh, wow. Oh.
That's going to be out of bounds there.
Uh-oh.
A little bit of a...
Card's going to be called. Oh, no. And that was an intentional shove. We saw that. And I believe that was Colby Godbold right there.
Kind of just got to refer to Monday's game. You know, we like to have a good soccer game, a lot of good sportsmanship here. When you get too far ahead of yourself, sometimes it gets a little difficult, and we don't want to see any injuries, so let's just have some fun here, folks.
To take away, I love the passion these guys bring to the table.
They do have a lot of
that
passion.
Was very good, especially when that Monday match, when they went up against Hawkeye Community College, that's a rivalry. It has been for a long, long time. So if you missed out on that, there was just a lot of yellow cards near the end of the game. It wasn't a good ordeal, but we're back here. We're moving on, and the boys are dominated today. We've seen a lot of good sportsmanship. They've grown as people and soccer players, so we love to see that.
And this is only game number 2, and
number 3 now.
Oh, really? Okay, excuse me. But even 3, I mean, you can see that they're really starting to grow fond of each other and understand, you know, where everybody is and how they play and how to function to where they're going to be. The communication between these guys are really good. So, back to the action. Number 13, Hank O'Leary with the ball now. Pass it over to a teammate there. Number 11, Yura with the ball. Kicks it right over there. And it looks like Benny attempted to get that, but was a little off there, but that's all right. We got a Scott player kind of, I don't want to say down, but he might be taking a little short break there. I hope he's all right. He's back up to his feet willingly, so that's very good. 33 minutes left in this second half here. If you're just joining, 6-0 is the score. I'm Link Clay, joined here by Hank Ambrose. And we're really happy to have you along here on Triton Nation, enjoying some soccer with us on this nice day here. So, thank you for tuning in. Benny doing a good job here trying to get the ball. The Scott Community College players are doing a good attempt to enhance their defense here. It looks like Lopez got knocked down, but he is back up, so it's good.
That was Austin Shepard right there. We haven't seen a lot of action from him today. He was in the starting lineup for Scott Community College, but now he's going to give the Iowa Central Tritons an attempt at a free kick. Yura and Kenneth Lopez will be back there. Our two men. Let's see who they go with to kick it. It looks like Yurga's going to leave him alone. Give Lopez all the power in the world to do it. And he's hungry. He's had a few really good shots at goal. I think take it. Take it for yourself, big man. Kenneth Lopez goes for it. Oh.
Into the arms of the goalie. And it's booted right across the field here over to number 16, Hassan. Rolled back into action here to Menendez. And then over to Benny. We have Benny now in possession here. It looks like number 16 for the Tritons there. Hassan doing his best to try to keep the ball in play and not have it go out of bounds. So, yeah. 31 minutes, 10 seconds left in the second and final half of soccer today. It's been a really, really good day so far in terms of soccer games. If you missed the last game against the women's here, it was 5-1 with our Tritons pulling away another lead. So that was good. Jose kicking over to Benny. Benny makes the attempt there, and it is short of the goal there.
Benny with the left foot.
Again, we have Lopez going over for the corner kick.
Here comes on a substitution as well. Looks like Benny Mubake will be subbed out and will be number 23 for the Tritons, Asali Hagos. See what Hagos can do for the Tritons. Canet Lopez strikes it down low.
Right now we got a little, oh, hold up. Oh, and a very close attempt there for the Tritons. But it is caught in the hands of the goalie. Back into play there. Kyle Gant for Scott Community College knocks it back over to his teammate and back over to the goalie. We're now kind of moving around the ping pong kind of situation here, or pinball, excuse me, as we were talking about earlier. Just a lot of trying to figure out where we're. Okay, was that it?
Yes, sir.
That was another score. All right, 7-0.
That was by Hank. Once again, getting it done, Hank O'Leary.
And you probably knew about that, right?
I felt that one.
Yeah.
And that was with his left foot that time. Tell you what, these Hanks, they're really talented.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No.
I don't see any links on the team, so.
Hank O'Leary, way to go, getting your second goal of the day and the 7th overall for the Tritons. 7-0, and we got substitution players that are outscoring the whole team for Scott Community College.
Yeah, it's been a really incredible game watching these guys go back and forth here. But, you know, ultimately, the proof is in the formula. You know, you can see that the Tritons are, you know, coming off of one day, you know, practice, as we said, and they're still ready to go. I mean, sure, they're tired, but they're putting in a lot of effort coming in here. So it's really good to watch these guys pull ahead and, you know, get a 7-point lead, to say the least. So number 11, Yura with the kick there attempted. It's going to land in the arms of the goalie once again. He's going to be throwing us back into the action. 28:46 seconds left in this second and final, half. Looks like that's going to be brought to us by number 21, Marco Daly, into the goalie there for the Tritons. We're going to be thrown back into action here, for SEC. We're moving along here. Just, we got a whistle on the play there. So let's see what happens. Looks like we're probably going to get another kick going on here, thrown into action from the goalie. Knocked back over to Lopez over there, doing a good job. Gets stolen away by SEC and off the head of another Triton there. These players move so fast, and, you know, to me, I'm trying to go from one thing to one thing, and it's just incredible watching these guys. Lopez with the ball again, going off to SEC, moving towards the goal line there. Looks like it will be saved by the Triton player, number 15, Matt Stam here. Over to number 21, Daly, moving with the ball, and it is out of bounds. Will be thrown back into action here by number 16, Hassan, over to 17, Kashan, excuse me. Lopez knocks it back over to Menendez. Menendez back over to Kashan. And we get back into the action here. We got number 13, O'Leary kicking it way downfield there. That will be out of bounds. And we will have, it looks like, number 17, Kente, throwing in for us. That'll be out of bounds once again. Having 16, Hassan, throw back in for us for the Tritons. 26-17 left on the scoreboard. 7-zip if you're joining us. I'm Link Clay, joined here by Hank Ambrose. You've been watching a very interesting soccer game, to say the least. You know, a very good attempt there. That might have been a... Is that another one? That's another score. All right. 8-0 from the Tritons there. That looked like that was scored by, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Hank, that was number 11, Yura, right?
Yeah, that was Q Yura getting his second score of the day. He's got 1 on Monday, 2 today, getting better and better as these Tritons are steamrolling over Scott Community College with 26 minutes and 3 seconds remaining. Let's just keep adding to the tally, baby.
I bet we do get in double digits by the end of this game, for sure.
How much you willing to bet, Link?
My sanity. Because if we don't get double digits, I'd be shocked. So, back to the action here. Number 12 for SEC, Perez, moving the ball around. Shotgun kicked it right back over there. Very impressive. It looks like we'll be moving along here. We will be kicked back into play by number 17, Kashan, back over to O'Leary. Lopez tries to get the ball there, but ultimately gets in the way of 2 of the SEC players there.
Hank O'Leary, I love the aggressiveness. About gotten there in time to get it.
The Tritons are a very aggressive team, and I think that works to their advantage a lot. As you could clearly see by the score, you know, 8-0. The aggression of these guys really does help. And, you know, so we're moving along here. 24 minutes, 50 seconds remain in the second and final half here. We got a kick going for SEC. It looks like that will be from, I want to say that's number 6, Axel Perez for Scott Community College. Excuse me, 16, Lee Dolan. Moving along for the Tritons here. It's going to be kicked over. We might have an opportunity here from Asali Hagos. I'll be off the head there of number 4, Menendez. Moved along there from our Tritons, and then kicked back over into the goal. Looks like that will be knocked back over to Menendez once again. And back over to Lopez. Nice kick straight down the field here. We're in a good opportunity of number 23, Hagos, going for the kick, and it's out of bounds there.
That was great defense that time by Austin Shepard. Stepped right in front of the ball. Didn't let his opponent get in front of him. Hagos in perfect positioning, but he just had some nice competition in front of him.
That's right, Hank. 23-18 remaining. If you're just joining us, 8-0 is the score. Tritons doing a major lead here. So we can only hope that this gains more and more and more. We got number 8, Narvaz Bent, going for the ball, and it is out of bounds. And we are now looking for, I believe, another corner kick from number 17, Kente. Be knocked off the chest of Esteban Mesquez there. And will be thrown in by number 16 for the Tritons, Hassan. Over to Kashan. Back over to O'Leary, to Menendez once again. And it looks like we'll be over to Bent and back over to Kashan once again. We'll be moving along here. Kicked right down the field. It looks like, ooh, the Tritons will remain in possession there. A little bit of a dogfight going on for the ball. That'll be saved by the goalie and thrown back into play here.
Let's see what the goalkeeper does with it. He's not going to kick it. He's just going to keep it to the far left.
Very interesting for strategies of what to do as a goalkeeper. And kicked across the field. It looks like it's going to go right back over to the other goalie,
Brooks. And he's going to sit on to pick it up.
roll back over to number 17,
After
Kishan.
After he picks it up, he has 8 seconds to put it back.
Nice
play.
kick over there to Yura. Yura going to move the ball along there. Try not to get too kept up in the SCC players there. But ultimately, it looks like they're going to get the ball possession here. And that will be out of bounds. Thrown back in by Yura once again. Or excuse me, Hassan. Number 13 now. O'Leary in control of the ball. Kicks it back over to David. David makes a good run. Gonna kick it across the middle of the field here. And swept over and almost got by Hagas over there. We got a whistle down. We got a player down for SCC number 2. That looks like Esteban Vasquez. Hopefully he's okay. He's back onto his feet. He's got a little bit of a limp, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be just fine. So.
Yep, Kyler Walls helps him out. Looks like checking in to the soccer match will be Enrique Diaz. Diaz had to sub out earlier because he got hit in the face with a soccer ball, and he's got a limp of his own. And that just goes directly back to the depth of this Scott Community College team. It's not very deep, as there's just one remaining player on the bench over there for Scott Community College, and that has definitely played a factor into this soccer match.
Yes, sir. Ooh, a little bit of a trample action going on over there for Narvis Bent down there. He looks to be all right. Get back up on his feet. Looks like we got another whistle on the play there. That'll be right over to Menendez for the kick. Or excuse me, that's going to go right over to Bent again. Back over to Hassan. And a nice attempt kick there, but that's going to be a little too far left, I think. Be back over there. And knocked out of bounds. So we will have SCC be throwing in for us. 20 minutes, 15 seconds remain in this second and final quarter here. Or, excuse me, half. I don't know why I keep saying quarter. I'm so into football. But, no, second and final half here. We're back into the action here. Going to be kicked over to SCC goal here. And moved right along. Number 13, Hank O'Leary, moving the ball along to his teammate here. Looks like we have an attempt. Oh, is that another score? That might be number 9. All right.
That's going to be number 6, Bakari Matende. But right behind him was number 9, Masengo.
A very nice score there for our Tritons. 9-zip if you're just joining in. 19:52 is the time remaining in the second and final half. Looks like we have number 10 for SCC, Kevin Garcia, leading us off here with the next little bit of action going on here. Over to the goalie, and we'll be kicked back into action off of number 8, Enrique Diaz. That'll be up in the air. The ball's seeing a lot of air time instead of ground time there. Saved by the goal. And a little recap here for our goals here for the Tritons here. Benny Mubaik here has 1 score for us. Hank O'Leary is 2. Yurga has 2. Bakari Matende has 1, and Lucas Tommy Palachi has 3 for us. And that'll bring us up to our 9-0 lead here. So, very good work from our Tritons today. We're going to enjoy a little bit of downtime tonight. Just relaxing. And it will be close there for number 10, but it will be saved by the goalie. 18 minutes, 42 seconds here. We're getting short on time, but anything could really happen in the amount of time here. So, let's see what goes on here.
Yes, sir. We've seen scores. We've seen goals being scored within just a minute or two of some Triton players checking into the soccer match. Who's to say the same can't happen for Scott?
Absolutely. You know, we'd like to see a Triton win here, and I think it's pretty evident that we do. But we'd like to see each player get the most out of the game as they can. So that's going to be out of bounds, be thrown back in by the goalie as we move along here on this very nice day at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex, watching some men Triton soccer. There we go, getting ready for the kick in. And there we go. It's going to be off of Diaz for SEC once again. Kicked back over to his teammate. And back over to the Tritons. It looks like number 4, Menendez, is going to be kicking over to his goalie there. And that will be blasted back into play here. Off the foot of number 21, Marco Dele. And moved back over to number 6, M. Tende. Looks like we got number 11 here, Yura, moving the ball around here. Maybe go for another attempt here. Here we go. Let's see. And that is the 10th goal for your Iowa Central Tritons, making that M. Tende's second score of the game here. So, very good on him.
Back-to-back goals being scored by Bakari Mtende. He's a stud. Sophomore, we saw a lot of action from him last season. Comes into this season, shows every worth that he has to this soccer squad. He's getting it done in crunch time with just 17 minutes remaining to go in the closing minutes of today's soccer match.
We're going to kick it back over to the goalie, and they're going to knock it back into play here. Kind of winding down the time a little bit, but, you know, there's a strategy behind everything, so let's see what happens next here. Almost looked like Asali Hagos was going to go over there and try to get the ball away from the goalie, but he's back on the other side now. Here we go, back to the action here. Just kicked in a nice kick from SEC's goalie. Knocked across the field once again. That's going to go off the head of number 12, Perez. As we're going to try to attempt to save the ball from going out of bounds, but that is going to be out on SEC. We'll be having the goalie once again knock us back into play. Is there anything you think that SCC can do to maybe get on the board here, Hank?
Well, of course, they just got to get some more team chemistry. They got to be more aware out there, and you got to dominate the ball. You haven't gotten it back from the Tritons on your own side in quite some time. Here comes a setup. Maybe this will change it right here. It looks like could lose it. But right here, you're holding the ball a little too long. You got to fire it out quickly. You got to be light on your feet. A lot of your guys are just kind of standing around. You can see that in the center of the field. You've got to find your workhorse guy. For us, Lopez.
Oh, for sure.
But for now, you're still trying to find your team identity. It's early on into the season. You're coming into today's match 0-3 if you're Scott Community College and 1-1 if you're the Iowa Central Tritons. And there's no ands, bits, or ors about it. Tritons are going to win this one, walk away with the victory, improving to 2-1 on the season.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And we still got 15 minutes to go. It was just a dominant performance, and the Tritons needed this as well. Monday, they played how they played. They had actions where they were pretty questionable, of course. They come out today, very sportsmanship-like.
A brand new team.
Yep. Like grown adults, they play soccer very well today. Yura almost getting a hat trick on the day. Love that. He was going for it.
We're rolled back into play now. It looks like number 23, Asali Hagos, is going to do his best to kind of get the ball back into the action for the Tritons here. That's going to maybe be out of bounds. I can't really tell. No, it's
Close, slow roller.
Yeah. That's going to be out of bounds, but thrown in by number 22, David. That's going to be out of bounds once again, having your SCC Community College throw in there for us. And we're back in the action. A little bit of a fight going on there. It looked like number 6 for the Tritons there, Bakari M10 was doing his best to save the ball over there. But now we got a battle of who's faster here. Looks like that's going to be just over the net there for SEC. A good attempt, just a little hard there. 13 with 10 seconds remaining in the second and final half here. I mean, this has just been an outstanding game for the Tritons. A 10-point lead is something, you know, we like to see, especially for us Triton fans here. So, good work for them. We got some fans cheering down here. We always like seeing some fans out here. We are looking at some action going on here. That looked like a nice little stab there for FCC.
Oh, there goes the shove in the back.
Getting a little aggressive here, but we'll just have to see what happens. That's going to be knocked out of bounds a little left of the goal there. 12 minutes, 25 seconds remain. As the clock just keeps ticking away here at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. Looks like we're going to have a corner kick from number 13, Hank O'Leary. O'Leary here has definitely been one of the key players for this game today. So,
yeah, you know, he came in when the Tritons were up, what, 6-0?
mm-hmm.
And he's added on to the total. I can't say that he was the only factor that, or the reason that they won, but he came in, he did his job, and he's earned more minutes, I'd say.
Oh, for sure.
Having 2 goals in crunch time, excellent work by Hank O'Leary.
Back to the action here. We got number 6, M10 working for the ball again.
The slide tackle by Agustin Menendez. All ball.
Menendez, another very good player for us.
Oh, goodness. Put him on a spin cycle. Giovanni Kashan.
And number 16 now, Hassan, moving the ball quite quickly. He's got a mission, and man, he's going to get there. See what happens. Tosses over to his teammate again. Looks like he's going to attempt to get Hassan over there again. Just a little short, though. That's okay. 10 minutes, 55 seconds remain in the second and final half here. As we move along here, Triton's making a good effort to get in another score here. I'd like to see as many as we can, obviously. 17 there. Kashan kicks it over to Menendez once again. Back to Menendez off another team player. It looks like number 8 for us. Navarro's been trying to get another point in there. Gets blocked off, unfortunately, there. It gets knocked over to the middle of the field once again. And knocked into the possession of Kashan. And back to M10. And then now the possession of Delay here. And that is caught by the goalie. A very nice jump catch there. So.
Looks like we got some frustration beginning to emerge on the Scott side, which is bound to happen.
Yeah.
as soccer has not really gone your way today. You're bound to get frustrated a little bit, but it's been broken up. Getting back ready to play here.
Yep, 9 minutes, 21 seconds in the second half here. The goalie will knock us into action right now. I'll go right off the head of Matende and try to hit again off the head of number 8, Narvis Bent. We're just kind of winding down, it seems like, on both teams here. You know, frustrations are getting kind of high. Let's hope we can keep those down to a minimal, if any, really. Just have a little bit of fun here, folks. It's been a good day. It's been a fun game. Let's just try and enjoy the last 8 minutes here. In the possession of SCC right now, we have number 17, Kente, moving the ball along over to number 18, Kyler Wallace. Over to number 6 for the Tritons, Tende, over to number 23, Hegos. We are kind of doing that pinball routine again. We're just flying all over the place. Round and round and round we go. So let's see what we got to work with here. It looks like that's going to be out of bounds. Thrown in by David, number 22 for the Tritons. Then we got Kashan with the ball once again knocked over to number 13, Hank O'Leary. And then in the possession now of Hassan, number 16 for the Tritons. Seeing now we're going to be in the possession of number 21, Marco DeLay here. Trying to get away from the SEC there. They got a good defense, I would have to say. That might be their strong suit of anything, really, for their team. I don't know about you, Hank, but...
Yeah, a few times they've been able to lock down the offensive primary scoring for the Iowa Central Tritons. And, ooh, took a shove there. Well, now some words are being said. Let's get away from the scrappy stuff, guys.
7 minutes remain here in the second half of the game. We're going to have a corner kick by number 13, Hank O'Leary. Hank's been doing a good job up here, whether it's playing on the soccer field or being a commentator. We all love Hanks here, so.
Thank you, Link. Uh-oh.
Looks like we have a
Got
little
man
bit of
on the ground.
little bit of confusion here.
There you go. Oh,
Oh,
yellow
no.
card called. They're going to say it was intentional, but I tell you what, let's not miss that up. Hassan, with the great sportsmanship, went over there, helped the man he knocked down up. They hugged a little bit out there. You know what? The yellow card should have been called for sure out there. It looked intentional. Giving out another yellow card now to the goalkeeper.
Yeah, it's kind of...
Bandal.
You just kind of have to just kind of move on, you know. Can't really stay too angry with that because, you know, with those kind of things, that can mean extra running in practice, and nobody wants to do that. We just want to have fun.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, yellow cards, it doesn't just come because of unsportsmanship. They can also be called just because of maybe if a referee thought it was intentional.
Yes.
Tackle. I think that's the primary reason that our player got it right there. Otherwise, I thought that was pretty good sportsmanship on our end from Hassan. You know, it seemed like there was no bad blood between the two. Otherwise, we're back here playing soccer at Harlan Rogers.
A nice just power kick there by Hassan once again. Off the chest of Tende there. Going to be back in the possession of Hassan once again. And then kicked over to O'Leary. Back over to Hassan. And back over now to Yurga. Yurga doing his best to keep the ball into play. See what happens here. Number 18, Kyler Wallace, moving the ball over to SEC side, but it is blocked off from that by the Tritons. And now we're kind of just going back and forth. It looks like we got number 11 in possession now, Yura. And we got a whistle on the play here. See what happened. Five minutes, 10 seconds remain in the second and final half of this men's soccer game here. 10-zip is the score. Your Tritons leading with one of the biggest leads I've ever seen in soccer. So, kudos to our Iowa Central Tritons tonight. Very good job. We're moving right along here. Number 8 in possession, SEC, Enrique Diaz with the ball. As we move into the 4-minute mark here at Harlan Rogers. Going to be kicked over to number 13, Austin Shepard. Back to the goalie. Moved back into play. Diaz once again with the control. Not really sure. Looks like we're in possession here of the Tritons. That's going to be out of bounds. Thrown in by David once again. Over to Mtende. Back over to O'Leary. Back to Hassan once again. We got some good movement here going from the Tritons. Doing our best to kind of keep the ball on our side as much as we can try to. It looks like we're going to kick it back over to our goalie, excuse me, and it's going to be booted back across the field here. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remain. Looks like we got number 8, Narvis Bent, doing his best to kind of try to get over there. Looks like we got a little bit of a trip up. Ref's running over there. We got a whistle on the play. Let's see here. Another yellow card.
That's going to go against Lee Donnellan on Scott's side. And yeah, they're a frustrated squad. You can tell by their emotions. You can tell because their yellow cards are starting to show here towards the end of the match. They have fought through this. I'll give you props for that. They've had some good sportsmanship throughout the game up until, you know, the few closing moments. I hope we can shake hands and be okay, be friends after this match, and continue to love and play soccer and move forward as teams.
It's all for the love of the sport. All right, back to the action. Tritons in possession of the ball. We're going to attempt to get a goal here, Hank. I think we're going to do it. Oh, just
Yura.
off the goal post.
That would have been his third one.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, and the second attempt there blocked off by the guard. Or, excuse me, the goalie. Man, that would have been a great third point for our Tritons there, but it's all right. Still doing pretty good. Number 13, Hank O'Leary, going to be doing the privilege of kicking us back into action from the corner here.
Wow.
And yes, that was a very nice hit. And that's going to be out of bounds. So we'll be thrown back into action here. And off the foot of number 11, Yura. Minute 30 remains in the game here. Let's see what we can pull during these last few minutes here. Looks like we got a corner kick. Can you see the number on him, Hank? What?
Yeah, it's going to be Hank O'Leary once again taking the corner for the
right?
Tritons.
Very good. Just a little outside there. That's going to be it for our last minute here. Let's see what we can pull away with 50 seconds to remain in this game. I'm telling you what, I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's going to be a Triton win here. But I have to say, for Scott Community College, I'm pretty impressed on how, you know, motivated they stayed during this game. I think you would say the same thing, Hank.
Yeah, for sure. You know, We kind of knew that Iowa Central was going to be a tough opponent for them. We didn't want to come out and say it early, of course, but that's kind of how the past has gone when traveling or playing against them. As we got 20 seconds to go here in this soccer match.
It looks like we're going to be down to about 5 seconds left of the game. That's pretty much about it. So I'm really happy with the way this game turned out. I think this is a huge win for Iowa Central. Of course, I'm really happy with our players. I think, you know, everyone from Palachi getting 3 goals and, you know, everybody else playing their best offense and defense and just working as hard as they can, even despite having a 1-day rest period. What do you think of the game, Hank?
I think it was great. It's a total 2-win team. When it comes to the women's side and the men's side, both got victories today. They both showed out today, played excellent. I just would like to congratulate the guys that did score the goal today. Bakari Matende got 2 on the day, along with excuse me here, I got a little typo here. Tommy Palachi had 3 on the day as well. Q Yurga having 2 for himself. Hank O'Leary with 2, and 1 going to Benny Mubake. Congratulations, guys. I'd like to also shout out Kenneth Lopez. He had a great game as well. It's not going to come up on the stat sheet. He had 2 assists today, but he was the workhorse center, mid, and forward for us today, playing defense, pickpocket steal, heading back and forth between the center field line. Took some shots to the goal. 2 assists for him on the day. Kenneth Lopez, excellent play by him. We got to keep him going. We got to keep both teams rolling for the Iowa Central Tritons. Very impressed by our squads today. Both of them played a lot better today for one, and they had a lot more sportsmanship today. Big fan of both of those 2 factors. Both of those things will make each side a winning soccer team. Going forward to the rest of the season, they're going to play on Saturday, but lucky for them, they're going to have some resting days. You know, they only had 1 between Monday and Wednesday, so they're going to be looking forward to that for sure. Otherwise, we're definitely going to be coming back to see what else Iowa Central has in store for us. We hope the best for Scott coming in and coming out of today at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. Who's been your MVP of the game, Link?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, there's so many, but I would have to say Lopez. I mean, it's pretty obvious just the amount of work he put in. As you said, he was kind of the workhorse of the game. You know, he was the one that basically delivered a good portion of these scores today. So my MVP would be Lopez. How about you?
You know, Tommy Palachi comes to mind just because he's the one that got the hat trick today. Not for sure right off the top of my head if that's the first for his career as a Triton, but he's a stud sophomore. We're going to see a lot from this team moving forward. Just real quick, if you joined us throughout the whole broadcast for the women's and men's games and matches, I'd like to thank you guys for sticking throughout us. Listen to me and Link up here in the broadcast. I'd like to thank Nate and Rusty back there in the trailer, controlling the graphics, the scores, and the camera angles for everyone today. I'd like to thank Javi Sanchez for coming out, being the main camera. Had some great shots for Javi Sanchez. I'd like to thank, of course, each team. That includes the players and the coaches coming out and providing content so we'd be able to shoot and broadcast and have something to broadcast, because without them, we wouldn't have anything else to broadcast over. It'd just be me and you in the booth just talking about, I don't know, lunch or something.
I like lunch.
Regardless, you've been listening to Hank Ambrose and Link Clay from Triton Nation. Tune in Saturday for some more Triton soccer action right here on the YouTube channel for Triton Nation.